providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account, have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
There's a battle flag that was raised in you, buried in the dark. There's an open road, and it's pulling you out from where you are. So hold on to and carry it. Headlights burn light, guide me through the night. Foresight, remind not to turn these tides. There's a path ahead, and it's calling you out from where you are. So realize and wear it all. Headlight burn
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Rockstar, the music that was playing for our video folks, was that also going over the app right before we started right there?
Yes, it was going over everything.
All right. That was Rockstar singing. What song were you singing there, Rockstar?
That was called Headlights that me and Les Newby recorded. Written and recorded. Yeah.
It's a fantastic song. Everyone raving about it in the chat room over there.
Go on over to Spotify, Apple Tunes. It's on the my album, my EP called Once Rejected.
Once Rejected.
How funny is it? This is kind of a random connection here that Rockstar can't say album anymore because people don't do albums anymore.
That's right.
I was just thinking about, it is so weird that this happened this early in the show. What?
It's like a premonition for
No,
you that you've
not
already
a
thought of
premonition.
this?
No, but I was thinking on the way to work. All right, so let me give you the backstory real quick. There's a convenience store that I like, and probably about 3 times a week I stop in there, and I have to go out of the way to get to it. It's not right on my direct path to work, but I like the store because
Sort of like Mapco?
It's not Mapco, but kind of like that. Yeah, it's new.
Wrong side of the street, but you want to go there?
Yeah, you can't get over to that Mapco.
Yeah, no.
That light holds forever. If you try to turn across 280 to get to that one, you can't do it.
Nope.
So I go to this one. It's out of the back of my neighborhood, and it's just new construction. And I've gotten to know the girl in there a little bit because I go in there so much, and I just strike up conversation with her and check in on her, see how she's doing.
Does she call you sugar or sweetie?
She calls me sweetie.
Yeah. That's right up your alley. That is right up your alley. That is the 411 of Ryan Brown, sweetie and sugar.
She calls me, hey, sweetie, how you doing today? I said, I'm good. How are you? I'm good. So we'll talk occasionally. Well, today I go in there, and I get what I'm going to get, and I'm at the counter, and she's out front of the store, and she walks back in saying, they didn't deliver it again. And I said, what are you missing? She goes, the Birmingham News.
Oh, no.
And I was like,
Did you just wake up?
how long have you been in a coma?
Did the DeLorean fly in to fill up a tank?
And I said, y'all still get the Birmingham News? She goes, oh, yeah, we sell them. And I said, y'all still sell the Birmingham News? I thought you were getting it delivered. She goes, no.
To one grumpy old guy every day. His
You know
name
what
Will.
she said? She goes, I know, well, that would be the type of store Webb uses. And she points down there and she goes, there's Wednesdays. And they still had them on the rack.
What's Guy Hunt saying now?
Big Jim Folsom.
Would I tell you the Birmingham News is like that thin?
Right?
All right.
And still out from
It's
Wednesday?
Still out from Wednesday. And I said, she goes, you know how much that one costs? That's Wednesdays. You know how much it cost? I was like, 50 cents. She goes, $3.25.
Shut the screen door.
A
$3.25?
little much.
I said, Birmingham News is asking $3.25 for a printed copy?
Right.
And she goes, yeah. I said, well, how many of those do you sell? She goes, they deliver. How many do you think they deliver? So they print
50.
First of all, they print.
I'd say 20.
First of all, they print Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, or Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. The Sunday, she told me, is $5.
God, I remember when it went to $1.25.
And people got pissed
because you had to find that damn quarter.
$5.
Thing with Jen.
$5 for a Birmingham News. All right. So how many do you think is delivered to this store? And this store, I mean, look, this is not the highest traffic store in the world, but it's in a fairly densely populated area.
I'm going to hold my 50.
50 per day?
20.
20. 3.
3, and there's still some left from Wednesday?
She said we end up giving most of them back, which I don't
Most
know.
of them?
I guess.
Most of them back, so they give 2 back?
I guess. I mean, you want to talk about a relic. Like, Rockstar just couldn't say the word album because he's afraid some of our listening audience and viewing audience doesn't know what an album is. The newspaper, like, I can't remember the last time I had seen one out in the wild. When she pointed it out to me, I was like, that's a newspaper?
Listen, I get a thing called, hell, I don't know what it's called. But I think I'm going to call it My 280. I don't know what it's called.
Oh, no, it's 280 Living.
Yeah.
280 Living.
It's thicker than much thicker than the Birmingham
yeah.
News.
Any advertisements in that?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, we can't point fingers.
Yeah.
Far from us to criticize.
But God bless them. They're making money, I assume.
That's right.
And they do a really good job. I read some stories in that. I'm old enough to where I miss the newspaper. And I'll tell you where I miss the newspaper is college football Sundays. After the Saturdays, we had, 3 or 4 good pictures and, some information. Kevin Skarbinski would break out some things for me that was always interesting.
I always liked the quote. They would have the quote. They would have the stats, which sometimes it's the first time I'd seen the full stats. And then I always like the little notes. I'm a short attention span guy,
Me too.
so that little little paragraph.
Me too. When they invented USA Today, I was like, this is for me.
I know.
This is all I want to read. I want to read about 2 paragraphs on every story in the world. And I missed those on Sunday. I still get more information on those games than I got in the Sunday paper on the internet and instantly after the game.
Oh, gosh, yeah, as soon as the game goes final.
So I'm smarter about the game than I was back then, but there was something about with that newspaper on Sunday morning, opening that thing up and having a cup of coffee. Now, I've had 2 cups of coffee today, so if I'm a little jittery, I apologize. Forrester and I double dipped on bringing each other coffee today.
Oh.
And the largest.
You guys will be engaged soon.
The early crew.
Yeah, the dating is
Don't
going
get
well.
jealous,
Don't
bro.
get jealous,
Don't
Brown.
get jealous, bro.
Oh, look at Rockstar jumping in. You're not going to jump in and joke about Scott, but you'll joke about me in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I said the early crew.
I know.
The
But
morning crew's early.
Our buddy David Crane, I think it was
Voice
either
of the UAB Blazers.
Voice of the UAB Blazers or Chris Stewart. I don't know who, or maybe it was the great Tom Roberts. One of those 3 people coined the phrase. What was it? The driveway Sunday or something?
Oh, that was David Crane. It's a sprint Sunday.
Sprint Sunday.
So for him, it was if Auburn, Tennessee, and Notre Dame all lost on the same day.
And Alabama won.
And Alabama won. You would sprint to the end of the driveway to get the paper.
A sprint Sunday.
Yeah.
You would sprint to the end of the driveway
That's
to
right.
get the Birmingham news.
Yeah.
God, I used to love Sunday mornings. I was never wealthy enough to have the paper delivered, so I'd have to go.
Oh, to your neighbors.
Never wealthy enough. It was a quarter.
One day, Margaret. One day.
So I'd have to drive on a Sunday morning and pick it up, and in the machine or inside this convenience store with that $1.25. I used to love Sunday mornings. Used to love it. Love it.
I wish I had taken a photo of it. I'll do it next time I'm in that store. I'm pretty sure they're going to have some left.
Well, why don't we all kick in $1 and let Brown buy a Sunday paper this Sunday?
Well, let's see. There's
5 of us.
There's 5 of us. We
Yeah.
can do it. I wish I'd taken a picture because it looks nothing like a newspaper either. Like they don't have the masthead that's got the English letters, the Birmingham News.
It doesn't have that anymore?
No, they've even gone away from that.
What does it have up there?
It was like, you know what it really looked like? A computer screen on paper. It's like they're like, look, all we're really doing is AL.com anyway. Just somebody screenshot the front page of AL.com and print it on a sheet of paper for the old folk.
D-Mad over in the chat room. D-Mad, are you part of Bullet Coffee on
they
280?
They can't talk back to us on the chat
You
room.
can't? D-Mad, your lips are moving, but I can't hear you. He says, please come by Bullet Coffee off 280 for a great cup. We have several places we go. We don't go to the place you mentioned there.
You would have to double back to get there, but I
would.
pass that place every day.
Yeah. Would you stop and get
I will.
Forrester and me some coffee one
No,
day?
you're only going to have to tell me your order because y'all just take it black.
We're men, Brown. We drink it black.
I'll stop one day.
Yeah.
Where are our biscuits and syrup today?
LT's not here.
Okay.
LT's not here.
You said you were going to do it today.
Yeah.
There's a reason why Forrester and I have multiple cups of coffee.
Y'all don't communicate?
I went to the
Y'all
doctor.
not talking right now?
I went to the doctor yesterday and found the procedure I've been dying to have, so got that taken care of. Lasted a little.
You stick that up where? I'm in.
When's the transition begin?
Lasted
You're just
a
going to
little-
make it official now?
Lasted a little longer.
Right.
Than I wanted to last. So I was supposed to go by Publix to pick some stuff up. One of the things I was supposed to pick up was coffee.
Right. Didn't do it?
Last night, Maggie was getting the coffee maker ready for my coffee to be ready at 6:30 when I leave the house. And she empty can. She's like, hey, where's the coffee? And I was like, dadgummit, forgot to pick up the coffee.
Dadgummit.
And I said, don't worry about it, baby. I'll swing by this place and pick Forrester and me up a cup. I owe him a cup anyway.
How nice. Well, my daughter's in Guatemala. My oldest daughter.
Tell her to bring some coffee back.
But, she sent us a photo. She's like, I want to bring this coffee back. And she said,
Is she drinking coffee now?
yeah, she said, do we she likes the way Starbucks or Bullet or whoever makes it up.
Yeah.
It's not straight coffee. It's got to be.
It's got to, It's like
Yeah.
my daughter. My
She
daughter
likes-
gets something and gets whipped cream on top. I'm
Has
like,
ice cream in it.
Yeah. No, she likes the cold, what's it called?
Iced
Cold
coffee.
brew, caramel, something.
yeah.
She likes all that cold brew crap.
Macchiato.
So she sends us a photo. She says, do we have anything in our house that will make this coffee? And I had to respond and say, only if you can cram it down in one of those little plastic cups. That's the only way we can make coffee in our house.
Oh, well, you get you a coffee maker because you like the way it smells.
I do, but it's just taking up cabinet space and we'll never use it.
I was really excited when you came in today because I thought you were going to be excited because between 4 large cups of coffee, between Forrester's part of the building and mine, I thought you would get that smell of coffee you like when you walk in, but it's got to be brewed for it to hit you.
Yeah, you got to have it brewed. Now, if I, stuck my nose down in Forrester's cup there, I could smell it, but no, it's got to be being brewed.
So we're off and rolling today. A lot to get to, and we got a great guest coming up in our next segment. We're going to talk to Alabama linebacker Henry To'oTo'o, who will be with us. He's back and leading that defense. He'll join us in the next segment. So Henry's on the show today. So right now, go and tell your Alabama friends we're about to talk to one of the defensive captains coming up in about 10 minutes here on the next round. Later, Justin Hokanson on a big Auburn basketball commitment, and we'll talk Auburn scrimmage football, what's happening this weekend for the Tigers in camp as well. That's at 10 o'clock. And late in the show, Nate Oats, the Alabama basketball coach, will join us from down in the Big Easy, Red Stick, New Orleans, home of the Final Four. So Nate will talk to us about the upcoming Final Four in Alabama basketball, all that to come today on the show. Part of the show being brought to you by the folks at Hemp Hill Services Brownie.
You know where they are right now? Well, probably not the entire company.
Adam and Chad, are they in New Orleans?
Well, no. I don't know where Adam and Chad are.
They're at Brown's house.
They're in my garage right now. Yes.
Not the Big Easy.
Not the Big Easy. No, they're in my garage right now because I've got this pump that continues to not work. So, and it trips my main level AC. This time of year, not a big concern, but I know what's coming. So I called Hemp Hill, and they're like, hey, we're going to come out, and we're going to make that right.
Now, is that a plumbing and cooling problem or a plumbing, cooling, and heating problem?
It's more cooling and heating.
More cooling and heating.
No plumbing, really.
No, you don't know that.
Well, I don't know that.
I mean, you don't work for Hemp Hill.
I do not work for Hemp Hill, but they are working for me today because
but
I know I can trust them.
This is hashtag an ad.
It is hashtag advertisement. When something is not running right, like this is, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster could strike at any moment. I'm experiencing it right now. That's why Hemp Hill is at my house as we speak. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill, they are the ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time, and they do it at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 205-229-2090.
Okay, Lunsford, is there a way to put a graphic on the screen that keeps up with my mistakes? Because I'm at 1. I threw Red Stick out. Chris says that's Baton Rouge, dumbasses, not New Orleans. You're right.
I thought it was the whole state.
No. Red Stick is literally Baton Rouge, French for Red Stick, Baton Rouge. My bad, Chris.
No, I don't think we can do that graphic. We started it the other day, and we forget after one segment.
Yeah,
nobody's going to do that.
One mistake right there. The Landmine Believer says, ask Nate if he plans to schedule as tough next year as he did this year. That's a great question. Remind me to ask that 4 hours from now.
Write that down.
I will. That's a great question because I wonder if he regrets it or not.
Well, got him in the tournament. I'm sure he doesn't regret it.
You have a mistake count?
Done away mistakes. We're up to 1.
Yeah, you're going to need to make that print a little smaller probably.
And move to the left because you're going to need double or triple digits.
Just put it over LT's chair. That'll be a great place. Lance back with us on Monday. We'll all be together. I'll get to the headlines and everything in a second, but can I first ask a question? Because you guys know how this show works. We plan nothing.
That's right.
Zero.
That's how we start out talking about albums and newspapers.
We plan nothing.
Yep.
So coming up next Friday.
Like we were watching our buddy T-Bob Hebert before the show started and Jacob Hester, and they've got one of those PTI-like rundowns on the side.
Right.
And we marveled at it, Rockstar. We're like...
How did they do that?
Those guys know what they're talking about?
All of ours would be question marks.
Yeah. Maybe.
Sponsor, maybe.
Trash. Sponsor trash. Maybe. Go ahead.
I mean, we don't even know who's on the show sometimes until we start. Right.
It is the least prepared thing. Yes.
But I think that's I don't want to tell people, but I think that's the secret to our show.
Well,
that is our 7, what is it, the 7 spices that Kentucky Fried Chicken?
That's another mistake. I think it's 11.
11?
11 herbs and spices.
If we're going to do the mistakes.
So you think it's 11 herbs and spices?
Yeah,
it's not
11 or
7?
12.
Oh, it's more than 12.
It's 7 wonders of the world.
KFC, herbs.
Yeah. Well, we're going to keep it. It's 11?
Oh, Rockstar.
Because you remember they have
a mistake.
They have a Twitter account and they only follow 11 people or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's pretty funny, actually.
So there's 2. Fantastic. I think that's the secret sauce for us.
Is that we don't prepare?
That we don't prepare.
Well, prepare is we prepare in that we know what's going on. We don't overly script.
Well, we don't plan out.
We don't plan out. And
other than Henry To'oTo'o in the next segment, After that, nobody knows what we're doing in segment 3.
That's right. And that's the way we want it. It's not that we're lazy. It's just I think it makes a better show because it does give us the flexibility. If we get off on something else, we're off on something else.
But you have to prepare. It's secret to our show again. You have to prepare for everything, right?
Yes, that's
One
true.
of us has to be prepared for anything because everything can come up on the show.
That's
so you
right.
got to be prepared for anything.
I throw something else if I'm prepared for it.
Like, for instance, last night, Auburn and LSU played a rare Thursday night baseball game on television. Do you know who won that game?
I didn't know they were playing.
Forrester knows. Rockstar?
Absolutely.
You're asking
no idea.
Rockstar?
Auburn wins last night, 6-5.
Well, it's
And,
a big win because LSU's probably highly ranked, right? They're normally
number
good.
12 in the
Oh,
country,
there you
right?
go.
And it's a road game for Auburn.
Yeah.
They get 6 runs in the fifth. You got to be somebody's got to be prepared to talk about that today in case one of our listeners or viewers want to talk about that. So that's how we do our show. So live on the air here right now, Landmine Believer has already beat me to the punch. Next Friday, traditionally, is when we bring back Rockstar's Lounge.
Oh.
It's always the first Friday.
We've got some engineering work that needs to be done.
It's always the first Friday after the Final Four.
Okay. We can make it happen.
Now, the whole reason we have the damn Lego chair over there is so that Rockstar can come in here, have a place to sit. We have a microphone over there. We need some lighting, cameras.
There's several things we're going to
And
do.
then there's a
Mixing board.
question about
Mixing board,
can we
yeah.
play the music?
Oh.
Well, I think the answer to that, I don't know. Lunsford's going to have, we got a lot we got to do before Friday then. Yeah, I'd forgotten that was that close. And Andy Kennedy's coming in too. We got to address this whole guest deal soon.
Yeah, so Andy Kennedy's coming in next Friday?
No, it wasn't next Friday, but
Okay.
Andy said, I want to come in one Friday and hang out with you guys. So, and he wants to come for the beer hour.
Yep.
So you
That's
think
noon.
Well, Andy loves music.
you're the technical guy,
Who,
Brown?
me?
Yeah. So you think if hypothetically, if Nick Saban goes, I want to be on your show, but I'm not doing this phone or Zoom thing. I want to be in studio. Could you get it done by Tuesday?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow, it's awesome.
Yeah.
I listened to Lunsford and Scott laughing.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, why is that?
we could get it done by noon.
Why is that awesome?
Well, no, it's just the determination of like this has to be done. We got to get this done. I will spend the night here each weekend night to
Well,
get this thing.
I wouldn't, but we would
Okay.
have somebody that would.
I will
yeah.
make phone calls and text
Yes,
messages all day.
absolutely, yeah. No, so what are you saying? You don't think we'll have it done by Friday?
No, I'm just saying the list of what's important and
Oh.
stuff like that to have. Yeah, a Saban on the air is much more important than me doing a song that may or may not be restricted.
Yeah, well, I would
So,
agree with that.
yes.
That is, you do
I'm
understand,
conceding that
you
point.
understand the level of importance, yes.
And people are throwing out names, what we call it. Smuff says live in the next lounge.
Next round lounge. I like next round lounge.
But I think it's a play off the X Lounge, right?
Oh, the
Back-
X Lounge. Yeah, live in the X Lounge. We're live in the next lounge. Okay. I can see
Live
that.
from Legoland.
Oh, I like that too.
That's copyright.
Okay.
Yeah. Can't do
these
that.
copyrights.
Everything
man.
copyright.
Everything's so
Dadgummit.
copyright. Did we not worry about copyrights other than Michael Buffer when we were doing radio?
Well, you pay a certain fee for other because
Well,
we're
for
doing
the music,
for
yeah.
for the music. Yes,
Yeah.
we're allowed to play YouTube clips. We're allowed to. I don't understand, but
Yeah, it's so true. Like all the crap we used to just play in radio and not think twice about it.
You know why?
It was somebody else's paying
It
the
was somebody
fine.
else's money. If we got fined, it was somebody else's
That's
problem.
true. Yeah.
So let's tackle that the next lounge next week.
and I'd also
for next
like to
Friday.
get local artists in here to play on the Lego chair.
Well, that's the
Oh,
that's
no,
the
I would
plan.
love to do that, yeah.
yeah.
It's not going to be all me.
Yeah. No. We look forward to that. That's what always. I hate when basketball season ends because that gets us into the countdown to football really full bore. But some of the things we do in the off season, I really look forward to, including, as Charles says, the live rounds. The live rounds.
Oh, like guns?
Well, no, not as in live rounds over in the music area. The
Yeah.
live rounds.
Okay.
Of course.
I'll work it out.
Yeah, that didn't make sense.
Make that mistake number 3. I didn't pre-read it. That was my fault. All right, so we'll talk football. Henry Toa is up next with us. Alabama getting ready for their first scrimmage of this spring tomorrow. We'll talk to the Alabama linebacker coming off a season where Alabama was runner-up in the nation, but this guy sounds hungry every time we talk to him or hear from him. Don't forget to swing by the nextroundlive.com website to check out your EAW bracket challenge. And when you're out and about this weekend, the Pelham Parkway, right there on Highway 31 in Pelham. Check out Exclusive Auto Wholesale and the inventory they have on the lot right there. Charles Barkley is podcasted with a host of other people, including our buddy Chris Doring, right now at nextroundlive.com as well. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap, getting you ready for the rainy season, which is happening in April.
That is right, Jimmy D. The patented aluminum cover system fits over most existing gutters, keeping out debris, eliminating gutter cleaning. You'll never get on that ladder again. They've got a 20-year service record that backs that up right here in Birmingham. GutterCapBirmingham.com or call our boy C. Stu, 205-823-2212, 205-823-2212 for Gutter Cap. Henry Toto, the Alabama linebacker, is next.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor here with the next round. A message from our friends at New Balance Birmingham. It's still cold weather, so it may seem a little harder to stay healthy and get the exercise you need. Cardio will help build your immune system. Throw on a jacket, get outside, take a brisk walk or jog, or stay inside. Walk or run on the treadmill or go to the gym, but you need to get a proper fitting shoe to get the most out of your exercise. The fit specialist at the New Balance Birmingham store, they can help. Visit them today. The New Balance store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham for the perfect fit every time.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. March has arrived and you want to watch all the games. So make sure the only thing upset is your bracket. Call Blakely's Bouquets today. Order a beautiful arrangement for your girl so you can watch the game without the guilt. My friends at Blakely's Bouquets have unique and custom designs, and they give you speedy same-day delivery. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com or over the phone 205-579-4900 or stop by in person right on Oxmoor Road in Homewood. Avoid the upsets at Blakely's Bouquets.
Hey, if you're in the car buying or selling market, there is one place you've got to check out. That's our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Exclusive Auto Wholesale has the technology that will give you instant cash offers for your car, whether you buy something from EAW or not. Drew and his team want to buy your car, any car. It's as simple as typing in your VIN number, miles, condition, and uploading a few pics, and then bam, from their website, you get an offer for your car instantly. Exclusive Auto Wholesale can take care of you nationwide with repeat business in almost every state. For more information, check out that website, eawcars.net.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the next round. I told you Alabama's first scrimmage tomorrow. We'll talk to one of their star players in just a second. Other stuff going on in the SEC. Mike Leach's contract from Connor O'Gara, the Mississippi State head coach, just 2 years left. We'll get into that in a little bit. And yesterday from the national champs at Georgia, Kirby Smart says Eric Gilbert, tried him out at wide receiver. He's going to move back to tight end.
How many tight ends do they need?
Well, all they need is Brock Bowers,
Well,
I guess.
Why would you?
Gilbert's a talented guy, so Georgia and Alabama, we think, could be destined to meet in Atlanta again, and another tight end for this next guy to cover.
Hey, we'll have some poll questions. I got some out already. They're at Next Round Live. Cowan Equipment does those poll questions. You could check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information. Alabama in spring football. Their linebacker, Henry To'oTo'o, joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Henry. I hope you're doing well today.
Are you guys talking? I can't hear nothing.
You can't hear nothing. Uh-oh. Henry, you still don't hear us?
Nope. We'll get that connection back with Henry To'oTo'o in just a second.
He didn't hear you pick Alabama to go to the SEC championship game.
We'll work on that, Rockstar. While we're doing that,
hang on. Rockstar's got it. Yeah.
148 days away from week 0. Alabama getting ready for their first scrimmage. Henry, give us a thumbs up if you ever hear us during this part. We got you off camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't hear nothing, you guys.
He can't hear us.
Yep.
It says you guys are muted.
Yeah, they're working on that, Henry. Yeah. There we go. Henry's got us now, I bet. Henry, is that better?
Okay, take his mic out of off the air, Rockstar, just in case, and I'll give you a couple other college football notes as we work things out with Henry. JT Daniels, one-time Georgia quarterback, working on some visits. He is heading next weekend to his third school, West Virginia. So he's been to Missouri and Oregon State. So JT Daniels is out moving around. Remember Jaleel Billingsley off the Alabama team last year?
I do.
Steve Sarkisian raving about Billingsley so far in Texas camp as they get ready for a big weekend going on down in Austin. And former Georgia offensive tackle Owen Condon is off to SMU. Played in 14 of 15 games for the national champs last year, but he is heading to SMU to join up with Oret Leslie out there. You soccer fans who are waiting to see who the Americans, what pool they're going to be in for the World Cup coming up this fall. The draw is happening today live at 11 a.m. Central Time.
And the U.S. is in it, right?
And the Team USA is in it.
That's right. They popped the champagne.
So we'll find out a little bit later on.
Who do you, I mean, it's impossible to answer this question because it's just a draw, right? But, I mean, is there somebody you would want to avoid? Or?
Well, I think traditionally you'd like to be in the mix with the host school, the host team, because they don't have to qualify to get in there. So they're just a host.
Yep.
We're still working with Henry To'oTo'o. We're going to get back to that in just a second. In the meantime, let me tell you about our friends with the Birmingham Legion. You get an opportunity with the Legion FC to see live soccer. As we speak of the World Cup drawing coming up, you get live soccer coming up this Saturday night down at Protective Stadium. BHMLegion.com for tickets. You get the $7 ticket to get in, and you can go up from there in ticket pricing, BHMLegion.com. Louisville City comes to town, a recent USL champion. They lifted the cup a couple years back. A big challenge for Birmingham. You get that at Protective Stadium, 6:30 coming up on Saturday night, BHMLegion.com, BHMLegion.com. Of course, The Final Four is happening this weekend. Odds to win it right now in favor of Duke, and you have a series of plans happening tomorrow. I don't know about you, but I've sort of set aside my schedule on Saturday to make sure I'm watching both games tomorrow, but definitely the second game.
Yeah, I mean,
Duke and Carolina.
I think that's the way most people are going to be, right? Is you want to make sure you see Duke, North Carolina. I mean, that's the game you absolutely 100% want to make sure you're there for. You know, it's funny. I was reading a story today that, like any other Final Four historically, how big a matchup is Kansas-Villanova, right? I mean, any other one historically, that is massive. All right, we've got it squared away now with Henry Tolatoa. Henry, we are so sorry, man, but I hope you're doing well today.
We're good.
Okay, man.
Yeah, we had a lightning strike the other night. I'm sure that was on our end, and we've gotten it all straightened out now. So we appreciate you being with us.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, so let's start with just you personally before we get to what's going on with the Alabama team right now. This is the second year for you. I've got to imagine it's a different feeling for you having transferred in a year ago, and now you're a veteran and you're a guy that's been part of this for a year. Is there a different feeling for you coming into this season?
Yeah, I mean, definitely a bigger leadership role. I was on the leadership council last year, but definitely being able to speak up this year, telling the guys, you know, when I see something wrong, it's wrong, and just being able to get us to that ultimate goal, which is the national championship, but taking that day by day, trying to be the best leader I can. So that's kind of, you know, the difference I feel this year.
You know, I know there's a starting point to every season, and you forget about last year and you start over and you build towards the 2022 season. But having so many returning starters and players that contributed on defense, do you feel like you may be further ahead right now as a defensive unit than you were this time last year?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, being able to have guys come back and, you know, you have experience. So that's the biggest thing to be able to play football is like having all 11 guys on the same page. So that's kind of a huge piece to our defense now this year. So we're able to just pick off of the pieces that we left off, being able to work on the parts that we know we struggled on last year, and, you know, make that a better part of our game. So, you know, we know the problems. We know what to fix. And going into the spring has been huge for us because we're able to pick off where we left off from the game.
How important is it, Henry, to find chemistry, though, with whoever the linebacker is next to you? I mean, you played a lot of games with Christian Harris. I imagine it being like a quarterback changing centers or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I told last time I had an interview, you know, it's like playing on a string. You know, linebackers, you got to be able to play together. You got to do something together. You got to see the same thing because you all obviously feed off of each other. So, you know, obviously the chemistry is huge, but like going into spring, going into fall camp, summer, it's huge being able to build that chemistry with, you know, whoever's in the middle with me. But you know, it's going to be good. You know, whoever's in there, I know we're going to do a great job. Our whole entire inside linebacker group has been doing a great job of working hard. You know, so I trust everybody in that room.
If I asked you who's the biggest influence in your life when it comes to your football career, that either you modeled yourself out or impacted your ability to grow to where you are now as a football player, who would that be and why?
First off the bat, it was like any NFL player, it'll be my dad. My dad was a really talented high school player. Things just didn't work out. He had a couple offers, but things just didn't work out. He used to always tell me, like, be better than I was. There's obviously goals that I wanted to reach, but if these are your goals, then go out and reach them. And I want you to be better than I was, a better football player, but also a better man. So, you know, off the bat, it was him. My dad's my role model. But if I had to pick one NFL player, it'd be Troy Polamalu.
Really?
You know, he's big in the Samoan culture. And he set a standard to a lot of those young Samoan defensive players to, you know, everybody can do it. So that's one guy that I try to out of my game after.
But if I'm not mistaken, you played at De La Salle in California. Am I correct in that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and when I was growing up, Henry, now you don't see this as much now, but when I was growing up, the Miami Hurricanes were the best team in college football, and you would watch a game on a Saturday, and Michael Irvin would be on the sidelines, or you know, any of those guys. I mean, there's some studs in the NFL that played at De La Salle. Were those guys, and I know they were playing in the NFL, but was there a presence by those guys when you were playing there?
Yeah, like you had guys like Maurice Jones-Drew, DJ Williams, Kevin Simon. You had a lot of guys like that come back to our high school and, you know, speak to us. And they were huge in my college recruiting process. So, like, being able to have guys like that, especially now, too, you know, that high school is legendary. You know, I love that high school to death. But, yeah, those guys are huge. Being able to have that lineage from our high school to the NFL has been huge for me. It's just some people I could look up to, took the same path as I did, and I'm just looking forward to following those footsteps.
So, I mean, obviously, you have personal goals and you have career goals like all of us. And a lot of people would say, why did you come back? Why did you come back to Alabama? You were going to get drafted in the NFL draft. Why did you come back this year?
For me, it was losing the national championship game. I wanted to come here and be a champion, be the best player that I can. So that's my ultimate goal, is to be a champion. Leave the standard how it is here, not leave it how it wasn't supposed to be. And also just to prove a point, reach a lot of my goals, do a lot of things that I didn't do last year, and obviously, create more value for myself.
Henry To'oto'o is our guest for a few more moments on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We played a soundbite from you when you were meeting with the media the other day, where you were talking about what Jim just asked you about, and you said at Alabama we chase perfection. This is a deep philosophical question, which is a word I can't even say, so it tells you how deep I am. Can you catch perfection? Is that possible to catch perfection in football?
In life, there's nobody perfect in the world, but it's the attempt to perfection, and that's what we try to do here. You're never going to be perfect, especially in the game of football. We're never going to be perfect, right? There's always going to be plays where we mess up. You're always going to have bad footwork. Your reads are probably not always going to be right, but as long as you attempt to perfection, and that's what we try to do here. We chase it, and the closer you are, the better you are from not chasing it. So that's our ultimate goal every single day.
We've been blessed to be around Coach Saban several times in his time in Tuscaloosa. If I make this statement, tell me if it's true or false, and how you've experienced it. I get the feeling he enjoys practice and preparation more than he actually does the game. Is that a true statement? Like, he looks like he would prefer being on the practice field working with you guys than he would be on game day Saturdays. Is that a fair statement?
Oh yeah, it is. I mean, obviously he loves winning. Coach Saban loves winning, going out Saturdays and just to prove what we've been working on. But this is kind of a huge motto here. Trust the process, and that's like whether it's practice or like if you're a third string coming up, he likes seeing development. And being able to see the product on the field. So, he has a good time out there. He goes out there, rips us apart, on the practice field. But yeah, he loves practice and he gives it all every single day.
So first scrimmage tomorrow, and I assume you guys treat that like a game day. So leading into the scrimmage or to a game on Saturday, what's your pregame ritual? Do you have a certain meal you like to eat before every game? Do you have anything you like to do? Is there something you wear in the game that you wear every game that nobody else has on?
So for me, every single game day, I got to say a prayer every single morning. And then before we head out into warm-ups, I'm always eating a bag of Skittles.
Yeah.
Like 10 minutes right before we head out to warm-ups, I eat a bag of Skittles just to get me going. And that's something I did since high school. So like it worked for me in high school. I'm not going to stop it now.
Yeah.
So like definitely eat a bag of Skittles right before I head out. And then I always put Lucky 11s on my wristband. Just something like reminds me of my family. Grew up in a house of 11. So like just to keep my family with me the whole time and like just to remember who I do it for every single day, like every single time I step on the field. It's something that, gets me going when I step on the field.
You grew up in a house of 11? You had to hide your
11.
Skittles back then, I bet.
Oh, I couldn't even hide. There was no room to hide.
You got to tell Maxon to get you an NIL deal with that the Skittles people. Man.
We'll tweet this out. It could lead to something. You never know.
Yeah, we'll get that working.
Have you tried to work a deal to get the number 11? You're number 10. I mean, Trayshawn Holden, Christian Story. Have you tried to work a deal with them to get the 11?
I tried to, but I got 10 last year, so I was just like, I keep 10. I started with 10, I got to end with 10 now.
Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. That's right. So all right, before you go, your favorite part, you're a California guy. Obviously, you've lived in the Deep South, both in Tennessee and Tuscaloosa for a while. What is your favorite part about living in the Deep South?
It's got to be like, they tell you like that Southern hospitality. Like you don't get that a lot in California. Like everything's so fast paced, you're moving, everybody's doing their own thing. And it's obviously got to be that hospitality here. Everybody's always checking up on you, asking how you're doing. And that goes a long way. So, like, for me, I love that. I love talking to people. I love meeting new people. So that's been huge for me. And also the food.
Yeah.
The food's been really good.
Oh, we deep fry everything. I mean, everything.
You guys deep fry everything.
Yep. No
That's
doubt.
the crazy part.
Yeah.
Henry, we're an internet show, so you can say anything. Our girls are better looking than California girls. You guys write songs about California girls, but the Southern girls are better looking.
See, I can't say too much. I got a girlfriend, so
Yep.
you guys trying to get me in trouble.
She a Southern girl or a California girl?
California girl. She's definitely
okay.
a California girl.
Top of that.
Another
Okay.
mistake for Dunaway.
So top.
All right, 1-0.
Yes, Henry, a very young guy, probably has never heard the song you just referenced there about the Beach Boys.
No, I haven't.
Yep,
No,
yep.
Katy Perry did a remake.
Oh, okay, good.
No.
All right, Henry, thank you so much for the time. We wish you all the best, and look forward to catching up again soon.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, man. Take care.
Tell your girlfriend I'm sorry.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
You're good.
All right, that is Henry To'oto'o, the Alabama linebacker, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
To have those choices again, to be linebacker at Alabama, and no, I'm not going to go to the NFL. I'm going to come back one more year and chase a championship. Good to catch up with him, and they go do the scrimmage tomorrow over at Bryant-Denny.
I love his attitude about that. Point blank, we didn't win a championship. That's why I came back. It's not to him. Now, look, he can improve his draft stock, obviously, but he could also hurt it. I mean, you can't just assume that it's going to improve. So there is a risk involved in that. But he said, "I'm here to win a championship," and I think Alabama fans embrace and love that attitude.
Well, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday when we told you he was going to be on the show. You only get a certain amount of time to win a college championship.
That's right.
Right?
You don't ever get to go back and do it again.
That's right. Once you go pro, you can't go back and correct that problem or that mistake. So he comes back and gives it one more try, and he'll be a big anchor calling the defensive plays again for the Crimson Tide. Nice to have Henry on the show. Nice to have you guys along with us today as well. Still to come, Justin Hokanson at the top of the hour. We'll talk a little Auburn football, Nate Oats in the final hour of the show. And part of the show today being brought to you by the great folks with NASCAR and the Talladega Super Speedway. We go racing in Richmond this weekend. A couple of non-long tracks, or a couple of short bang-em-up tracks, right? We get to the short tracks a little bit, fender benders, and then we come to the world's fastest speedway in Talladega coming up.
It is April 24th. It is a Sunday. Geico 500, 2 o'clock green flag. You can enhance your weekend experience by adding that Tuscaloosa. This is about as rough a read as I've done, Rockstar.
Start over.
Can I?
That's okay. They want you to change the Dunaway count from mistakes to Dunaway awkward moments. We'll have a full screen.
Henry, do you have a picture of that girl you dating? Throw it up there on the screen for us. Hey, if you've missed, don't miss your chance to see NASCAR's biggest stars take on the baddest track as the next gen car has its debut on the high banks of the Talladega Super Speedway. Geico 500, Sunday, April 24th, 2 o'clock green flag. Don't forget the garage experience at Talladega. It is one of the best in all of NASCAR. Get your tickets, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That's 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
There was I think it was a Republican convention once that when the Democrats were in the White House, I think it was a Republican convention, maybe in Miami, and they had a big national debt counter that was up on in the arena. That it was just spinning like pumping gas nowadays. The debt was going up while people were talking. That is the awkward moment counter for me. It's just
going so fast you can't see what's going on.
Yeah, Gary in the chat room wants one of the T-shirts to be "Tell your girlfriend I'm sorry."
A great T-shirt.
It is.
It is a great T-shirt.
We'll all know who said it.
Tell your girlfriend I'm sorry.
Tell your girlfriend I'm sorry.
All right, we roll on here. A lot more to get to, but as we told you to start the show, we don't know what's next, but something is. Stay with us on TNR.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farm Folio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farm Folio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farm Folio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farm Folio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. We're going to talk a little basketball here before we get back to the football conversation with Justin Hokanson, what's going on down with Auburn's camp. But Auburn basketball, and we'll talk to Hoke a little bit about this, got a big commitment yesterday from 5-star power forward Yohan Traore. He is the second highest ranked recruit ever for Auburn, behind Jabari Smith. Pretty good neighborhood
spot, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
pretty good neighborhood.
I'd say so. If he's anywhere close to that, you've hit a winner, and you may only have him 1 year, but it'll be a good year.
6'11" guy, power forward center, and some of you tweeted last night that you wonder, is that a sign that Walker Kessler is moving on? Would they have landed this guy if Kessler was hanging around, because both of those, I don't know if both could be on the floor at the same time, but he and Jabari was a 6'10" guy. They were on the floor at the same time.
I mean, it depends on what his skill set is. Yeah.
So we'll see what the deal is with Kessler. Before we talk a little bit about North Carolina and Duke and Kansas and Villanova, part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at High Point Properties. There is nothing right now that is more special in our area than what is happening over in Helena, Alabama. Just a beautiful little location.
It is, man, and they got some great home sites over there, ranging from 3 to 43 acres. Just beautiful home sites the High Point Properties is creating for their customers right now. Call West today to find out more if you're interested. 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit them on the web, hppro.com. That's High Point Properties, hppro.com.
By the way, Jabari Smith is a John Wooden All-American. That's, to me, the premier All-American team, and he was voted on that team yesterday by the United States Basketball Writers Association, the USBWA, which I'm a member.
Did you vote?
I did not.
Okay.
I didn't feel like I vote for football. I didn't feel like I know enough basketball to vote. I leave it up to the Jeff Goodmans of the world. Speaking of which, it looks like the Butler has fired their coach.
Well, that tells you that there was some sort of reduced buyout April 1.
Yeah.
Is what it tells you.
And
so
basketball people are upset. They're gathered in New Orleans, and basketball people are upset that 22 days lowered the buyout quote significantly, according to Jeff Goodman, but also waiting 22 days not only prohibited that head coach who's getting a buyout, but all of his assistants and staff probably from getting a new job. So a lot of those people may be unemployed next year.
I mean, I feel worse for the staff because those are the guys. The coach is going to get a nice buyout. It hurts him a little bit, but those staff guys, they get a smaller buyout, if any at all, and now they don't have another job. But this guy at Butler was 83-73. Butler's a better program than that. In his last two seasons, 10-15, 14-18, 8-12, 6-14 in conference. I mean, I think if you were a staff member, you could probably see the handwriting on the wall. And this Jordan guy, Lavelle Jordan, had probably been told, we're going to fire you. We're just going to wait for the buyout to drop.
Yeah,
if you don't quit now, quit.
Go ahead and jump if you're the assistant to let them know. All right, Duke and North Carolina, everybody in the free world talking about Duke and North Carolina tomorrow night. It is the second game. First game goes off just after 5 Central on TBS. Now, this is going to happen. It happened one other time that you end up, you'll turn on CBS tomorrow night and you'll be like, where's the Final Four?
Where's my Jim Nance?
And other time that it was on TV, I think one other time it's been on TBS. I think it was Villanova hit a big shot at the end.
You're right, yeah.
To win it. Ironically, Villanova's back in there.
That?
But I worked at CBS 42, and both the national championship night and the Final Four, phones are ringing off. How come you guys are not carrying the Final Four?
Y'all are showing CSI Hawaii instead of the Final Four?
Why do you guys not have the Final Four on?
I don't have a problem with it. I'm just praising you guys.
Thank you.
And I was like, obviously, if we could show the Final Four,
it's pretty big
we'd be
ratings,
showing the Final Four.
Right.
But it's on TBS, so it'll take a little getting used to. Don't go to CBS tomorrow looking for the Final Four. It is on TBS, both the semis and Monday night. Here is North Carolina's Armando Bacot, who has been tremendous down low.
Oh, a walking double-double.
Yeah, a tremendous double-double. I think he passed Tim Duncan, setting the ACC record this year for that. But he also said this week that Duke doesn't present much of a challenge. And he goes back to the win at the end of the year. Armando just laying out some bulletin board material for the old Blue Devils before the game tomorrow night.
There's a lot of people who say that night at Cameron Indoor, when you guys go in there and beat Duke the way that you did, served as that point to take off. Do you believe that served as an igniter?
No, I mean, I think all year our belief of how good we are, never changed for us. I feel like more nationally and like more with like the media and stuff, when we finally got that quad one win, like a big time win like that versus Duke, especially being at Duke, I feel like that made everybody else believe in us. But for us, I feel like we always had that belief. We may not have shown it all the time, but we always believed we were that good.
No,
I like the smile at the end.
The smile at the end. Yeah. Your excitement level for this game. Well, we know where it is for Eric Church and others.
I'm canceling my concert.
Where is your excitement level for this game?
Well, I mean, it's high. It's very high. I mean, Duke, North Carolina, this is the last time you're ever going to see Coach K in this game. Duke, North Carolina is still going to be a big rivalry. It survived Matt Doherty. It survived the guys that didn't win before Coach K. But it is going to feel a little bit different being Hubert Davis and John Shire. You'll grant me that, I think, right? That once Roy and Coach K are going, or Dean Smith and Coach K, it's just going to have a different feeling. I mean, this feels like not the end of an era for this rivalry. Well, no, it does. It does feel like an end of an era. Not the end of the rivalry itself, but an end of an era.
Right.
The old school coaches that built these programs are not going to be part of this rivalry anymore. We're about to have Hubert Davis versus John Shire. So this feels like, I mean, I don't know if Rockstar can think of a band that they were sticking together, but they did one last tour with their lead singer or something like that. I mean, I don't guess Van Halen ever did that because that changed. But you see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Like Van Halen continued, but it just wasn't the same band. It wasn't the same era. It was a different era.
Almost a totally different band at that point.
Yeah, so I feel like that's kind of what we're getting out of this.
You get divided fans like, I love the Hagar.
Well, I know.
No. I like the totally blanking on his name.
Sammy Hagar.
Hagar, I can't say it either. It's not Eddie Van Halen.
It's not Tommy Lee Jones.
Nope, that's the actor. David Lee Roth. My God, thank you, Scott.
I knew it was three names.
Tommy Lee Jones.
Might as well jump. Tommy Lee Jones.
We're going to do jump. We're going to do Panama. We're going to do right now.
What if he'd used that line with Harrison Ford? You might as well jump. With Harrison Ford standing on the edge of that.
I don't care.
All right, Justin Hokanson coming up on the other side. We'll get ready for the Final Four. And that's all happening. We'll talk to Hoke about Auburn and Brian Harsin, what they're doing down there with another big weekend coming up for Auburn Spring. If you missed Henry Toa, that is podcasted for you and on our YouTube channel if you want to go back and catch that from the first hour. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Red Mod Distilling, Red Mod Vodka, the official vodka of the 2022 World Games.
And it is a hometown product here. A lot of hometown people behind, including our friend Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Red Mod Vodka, whose aim is clarity, taste, color, and smell. Basically, vodka perfection. Red Mod Vodka. Made from corn, it not only makes it gluten-free, it provides a smooth finish that doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. Find it in your local package or ABC stores. Don't forget Vulcan Gin, Red Mod Vodka, and Vulcan Gin. We talk Auburn next with Hoke.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, it's Rockstar for Way to Wellness, and I'm here with my coworker and friend Reed Taylor. And I just wanted to ask Reed, how much weight have you lost during this weight loss program?
15 pounds.
Whoa. So that's why you've been wearing skinny jeans lately, huh? I read you. At Way to Wellness, Leslie and her team have taught us how to go about reaching our goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold us accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. You did so good.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 of the Next Round. Hour 1 had Henry To'oTo'o, the linebacker from Alabama. That's podcasted at nextroundlive.com. You can also go back and hear interviews from the week with folks like Charles Barkley on the Final Four, Ryan McGee on a little college football, Chris Doering, Pete Futek, Matt Hayes, Brandon Marcello, and so many more, all podcasted for you right there at nextroundlive.com. Headlines this hour being brought to you by our friends at johnsonrvcenter.com. Brandy, I'll tell you about them in just a second. Alabama's first football scrimmage is tomorrow. Auburn already has had one. We'll talk to Justin Hokanson about what's happening with Auburn this weekend and what's going on with their camp. But in basketball, Auburn rings a big bell. They got 5-star power forward Yowan Trior yesterday. We'll talk to Hoke about that as well, but he's the second highest ranked recruit ever, behind only Jabari Smith, who, by the way, was named to the Wooden All-American team yesterday. We do the Final Four tomorrow in New Orleans. Auburn Gymnastics and Alabama's gymnastic team both advanced yesterday to the regional finals on Saturday. Those are your headlines.
All right, Johnston RV Center is right there off I-65. 2 great locations. You can find them on I-65, exit 334 there and Decatur, 304 in Coleman, and always online, johnstonrvcenter.com. Home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand. Financing available there. johnstonrvcenter.com. We find Justin Hokanson on the johnstonrvcenter.com hotline. What is up, Hoke? How are you? Hoke, you're muted.
Yep.
We're 2 for 2 on the Zoom interview. Yeah, we're 2 for 2 today on the Zoom interviews. You doing all right, Hoke?
I'm good, man.
Good. Let's start. Justin, Auburn Live, part of On3 Sports. You can follow him on Twitter @_J Hokanson. Let's start, though, quickly with the basketball side of things before we talk spring. Yeah. Jim just talked about a new face there, and some people were asking earlier if it's indicative that Walker Kessler's moving on. Kessler's a 5. This would be a 4. You know, I don't think you can read anything into that, but it's a big get for Auburn.
Yeah, it's a huge get for Auburn. I mean, really, it's just kind of being in the right place at the right time with the things that happened at LSU. I mean, they've lost now like 10 guys off that roster with transfer portals, and of course, Yohan was a commitment. So Auburn was in the right place at the right time to get him. Great prospect is what I've been told from the Auburn coaches. They really, really like his upside. It kind of makes me think about the way Chuma was. Chuma was a really good player his freshman year, but the projection for Chuma was always year 2. It was going to kind of take off. I feel like that's sort of what they think about Yohan. In terms of how it impacts Kessler, I don't think it means anything. I think Walker Kessler's weighing his decisions, and I think there's a chance he comes back. And so I don't think that getting Traore means Kessler is or isn't coming back at all. If he does come back, you have a front line of Walker Kessler, Dylan Cardwell, Jalen Williams, and Yohan Traore. If he doesn't, you still have Jalen, Dylan Cardwell, and Traore, and maybe they go after another 6'10" guy, or maybe they just go get the best body. But big pickup for sure. I mean, 5-star prospect, one of the best prospects that they've ever signed.
Listen, we had Charles Barkley on yesterday, and he talked about where the Auburn expectations are now, that you could be disappointed with winning an NCAA tournament game and an SEC regular season championship. But there was some disappointment that this team didn't go deeper into the tournament or maybe even play this weekend in New Orleans. You're around the coaches, the staff, the players. How long do you think it'll take them to get over this? And do you think how different this roster will look next year? I mean, in basketball, it seems like we almost have to reinvent the roster every year.
Yeah, it's a good question. I watched the Barkley the segment, and he's right. And I think it's an important point for Auburn fans to remember, that is, it can be both. You can be disappointed, and he's right about the expectations. I mean, how cool is it for Auburn basketball to be to the point where losing in the second round is you just feel like what a letdown. But I think with this team, the reality of this team is there were some real flaws with this team, and a lot of them were covered up by Walker and Jabari. And then teams weren't really sure how to deal with them, whether it's Wendell in the pick and roll, and KD was just kind of a menace. You didn't know what you're going to get with KD Johnson. And so I think there for a while, teams didn't quite know how to deal with them. I think once teams sort of figured out how to maybe trap Wendell, trap the guards, make things difficult to even get the offense going, it changed things. And so I think Auburn overachieved winning the SEC. I mean, I think they overachieved winning the regular season championship. I think that team should have probably gotten to the Sweet 16, but past that, I don't know. I mean, I think I think what they did in the regular season for an 18-game schedule, I think they overachieved, and what Bruce Pearl was able to get those guys to do and buy in and compete was really impressive. In terms of the roster, it'll look different. It just depends. I mean, you're right with the transfer portal. I don't think Bruce Pearl's the guy that's going to run people off. That's not really his style. But he'll recruit over your head. And so I think that's where Auburn's at. I think can they go after who's out there and who can they get, whether it's Eric Stevenson from South Carolina or Brandon Murray from LSU. If they can go get some guys that fill some needs, then they'll just figure out the roster on the back end. But it could change. I mean, there's a few guys there that I could see going somewhere else and playing. It's really a lot of moving parts right now, even with Walker Kessler. So it's going to look different, not dramatically. You still got Wendell and KD and Jalen Williams and Dylan Cardwell. There's still some core guys there, but there definitely could be some pieces still moving, 3 or 4 different pieces moving in the next couple months.
Justin Hokanson with us, Auburn Live on 3 Sports @_J Hokanson on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Let's talk football now. And reading some of the talk coming out of Auburn spring is we might see a little more NFL style in the passing game to the running back for Tank Bigsby. Why was maybe that not the case last year, and why might it be the case more this year?
That's a good question. I thought before last year, I remember writing that I thought he'd have 25 catches last year. I mean, that's just what we heard. And you thought about what kind of the talent they had and how to use Tank. And I'm like, I think they could really get him the ball in the backfield. And then it didn't happen at all. And so we'll see if it happens again. It could have been one of those discussions they had with Tank about coming back. Like, look, we're going to get you involved in all these different ways. And I think the lack of overall talent at receiver probably plays a part. They've got to develop some guys there to be reliable. And so when you look at that offense, it's offensive line, tight ends, and Tank. That's the strength. And so running the ball, throwing it to Tank out of the backfield. I mean, those are the things that are your strengths until you can figure out who are my reliable guys at receiver, and do I have a quarterback reliable enough to throw the ball 30 times and complete 60%? I don't know. So I think for now, getting the ball, I mean, Tank's a phenomenal player. You got to get him the ball more than just running the football. You got to swing it to him the same way you would throw a bubble screen. And so I think they watch a lot of NFL film in the offseason trying to figure out ways to do that. And I'm sure that's something that they told Tank they want him to do to try to get him ready for the NFL.
There's not it seems like anyway, not a day that I don't go to your site or see a release from Auburn that the name Caleb Wooden is not being mentioned. Tell me about this guy, and why is he the talk of this spring football camp at Auburn?
Yeah, he's definitely gotten some praise. He's the younger brother of Colby Wooden, who's the defensive tackle for Auburn. Really what it comes down to, he's a kid that I think is showing really good football intelligence, really smart kid, maybe a little bit mature beyond his years. And more than anything, he's just around the football early on in spring camp. I mean, he's had multiple interceptions, forced fumbles. He's one of those guys that, is he young and making mistakes? Yes. But when you're a coach and you look out there and every time you look up, Caleb Wooden is around the football in especially creating a turnover, it makes an impact. And that's why you hear his name out of Brian Harson's mouth, and you hear his name out of Zach Etheridge's mouth and Jeff Schmedding. Is he's just around the football. Got a ton of stuff to learn. I would caution people. He's not, he'll play this year, but he's got a lot to learn. But it's a really good sign when you have a freshman that comes in. JD Rim, same with him from Valdosta. Both those guys have come in, and are they making mistakes? Yes. But anytime you have a freshman that comes in and they're sticking their nose in, and they're physical and they're around the football and they're creating turnovers, that's a really good sign for a young guy coming in. So that's why you've heard Caleb Wooden and JD Rim, both those guys' names in the secondary.
Justin Hokanson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The D Davis move to the portal, other than telling you that he didn't think he was going to play, did it tell you anything else about the quarterback depth chart in your mind?
No, I don't know. I mean, I think it's more about D and just not getting over the hump, and in terms of what they wanted to see from him. And I'm sure after that first week, they said, here, we were out there and we get to watch a little bit, and the repetitions very much looked like Finley and Ashford had kind of moved into that second spot, and I'm sure they had told him, hey, based on this week, because they talked about it, hey, look, we're going to evaluate everything, and as we go, the reps will change. And so I'm sure that first week went by and they said, all right, going into week 2, Robbie, you're going to get 2 reps. D, you'll move to 3. And he's probably like, all right, I'm out. Yeah. Because at that point he had so many opportunities to get over the hump. And if he moves down there, then it's just, Zach Calzada's not even going through everything right now. So the chances of D competing against TJ Finley, Zach Calzada, and Robbie Ashford just wasn't happening. He's a really good quarterback. I mean, he's kind of reminds me of Malik Willis in some ways. He can go somewhere and be a really good player. It's just not a good fit for what Brian Harsin wants in that offense, what he expects from a quarterback. It's just all those little things matter. And so, it's not a good fit, but D will be a good quarterback somewhere.
Yeah. When your head coach played the position, that makes it a little bit tougher. If you had to bet that cool lid you had on, I don't even know what color that is, but if you had to bet that cool lid that you have on Zach Calzada or TJ Finley, is Zach still going to get a fair shot and a real shot at winning the job in the fall camp because of the setback here in the spring? Or do you feel like TJ Finley is sort of grasping this job and Zach's going to have to start off maybe, as QB2 and fighting for the gig?
No, I think there's a long way to go. I really do. I mean, the fact that Zach he's going through drills, but he's not doing any kind of scrimmaging. And just when you listen to Brian Harsin talk about what they're going to evaluate, I mean, he literally said their life is a documentary. Everything, on the field, off the field, film room, everything is on the table when it comes to figuring out who the starting quarterback should be. So to me, that tells me that it's going to be somewhat of a journey. I mean, it's not just going to be who goes out there and plays best in the scrimmage and you're the guy. I think there's a ton of factors that are going to take into account. And I think Zach Calzada being a little bit limited right now, I don't think that puts him out of the race. To me, I think that just sort of delays the real battle a little bit. I think the summer is where it could really pick up in workouts and who's in the film room and where does that chemistry come with teammates. And I think that's where you're going to see it build. And then you get into fall camp, and I think it could be a real battle. I really don't expect there to be a quarterback named until you're into fall camp, when you have a healthy Zach Calzada, healthy TJ Finley, and Robbie Ashford's got his feet under him. What does it look like in that first maybe week or two of fall camp? I really think you're just getting started with this quarterback battle. I don't know that I could pick one. Finley's got a leg up, but I don't think he's the best quarterback. I don't think he's the best passer, but he's got the experience. So how do you sort of factor that in? That's why it's just really too early to tell.
It sounds like it's one of those proverbial, the team will almost let you know who QB1 will be with the off-season workouts and such. Does Holden Gerner, you mentioned Robbie, does Gerner also factor into this? Because I was impressed with what I've seen from the kid so far in just the videotape I've seen, but even body language when they were introduced at the Auburn-Oklahoma basketball game I was there, Gerner had that, hey, this is my team type mentality when he walked out on the court.
Yeah, he does. I've noticed that as well in some of the stuff that we've gotten to watch. He's definitely a mature kid. I don't know if he's going to factor in just because he's not talented. You don't want to throw a true freshman out there, but there's just having TJ Finley, who you brought in, who's played football, Zach Calzada, who's played SEC football, and even somebody like Robbie Ashford, who's so far, he's a really good athlete. I don't know what he's going to be as a quarterback. Probably got a ways to go, but he's a good looking athlete, throws a good ball. I'm not sure where Gerner can get in the mix and beat out those three guys to play. And even if let's just say Holden Gerner was playing pretty well and you thought, man, if it's even, why would you want to burn it? So I don't know. He'd have to be, to me, a lot better than everybody else. And I don't know that I've seen that. I think the ideal scenario would be to redshirt him, figure out the quarterback between the other three, and then let Gerner really be in the mix next year. That's sort of the way I see it playing out.
Well, there's nothing the media loves like a good quarterback battle in spring.
It helps
like
when
meat.
It helps when you have a buffet of quarterbacks to choose from.
That's true. Yeah, well, a lot of choices here. All right, hey, so go subscribe to On3 and Auburn Live, and you get all the Hoke's work there. You can follow them on Twitter at Auburn Live on 3. Follow Hoke on Twitter at _J Hokanson, part of On3 Sports. Hoke, thank you for the time, man. Have a great weekend.
You got it. You guys too, man. Thanks.
All right, buddy. Take care. Justin Hokanson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
If I was Hoke, I'd put On3 or Auburn Live in the middle of that colored flag he has on that hat and put it in his store. Our store is coming back next week. NextRoundLive.com. Get the new store back.
Right now, Hoke's I got to launch a store now? Don't know, we just said it.
We've got some new ideas coming back, including Tell Your Girlfriend I'm Sorry t-shirts, which should be out next week as well.
I think we'd sell them. Do we even need to put the little Jim Dunaway under it, or is it assumed?
It's assumed. I don't think you need to put it.
Just put NextRoundLive.com or something underneath it there. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Right now, if you are refinancing, I just saw a story this morning about the housing bubble and how there could be a bubble out there. And if you don't have your mortgage right now, you need to get it right. And you need to get it right with Mortgage Right.
That is right, Jim. MortgageRight.com/TNR, MortgageRight.com/TNR. You can pay off your debt. You renovate that home. You get that thing you've always wanted. Whatever needs funding in your future, you got the home equity? Well, then use it. The refinancing experts at Mortgage Right can help you. They guide you through the process with ease. Make your homework for you. MortgageRight.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
LT's neighbor makes this point. He says redshirting guys, when you hear people say redshirting guys now, it almost feels like you might as well just go ahead and put their name in the portal.
I mean, I do feel like we are screaming towards, and there were people that were pushing for this before the portal, that you just got 5 years of eligibility. There's no such thing as a red shirt. Everybody's got 5 years of eligibility. And would you have a problem with that? Or 5 years to play for? I don't know. I don't know how you do it, but
I would say I'm okay with 5 years. That's been something they pushed before. Just let everybody play as much as they want in college.
Red shirt, yeah. There's no red shirt. You got 5 years of eligibility. We don't even apply for a medical red shirt where everybody gets 5 years.
Yeah. I mean, we're
I don't know.
almost to the point where if you just want to stay in college and play for 10 years, you can just have your whole career in college if you wanted to.
I mean, it's not well, I don't know. People, they don't want it to become the NFL, but could you imagine if college, now the USFL would hate this, but if college could keep those borderline guys that aren't NFL players
for 7 years?
For 7 years, 8 years?
Yeah.
They can get paid now.
Hey, I'm telling you, with this COVID year and, fifth-year seniors who now can play 6 years, there are NFL careers that do not last half that long.
You're right.
There are some people who came into your class who've already graduated and gone to the NFL and been booted out.
And I'm still playing.
And I'm still playing in college.
Yeah.
That's how long some of these college careers are. A lot of stuff happening this weekend. That includes some great baseball going on. If you want to see last night, Auburn beat number 12 LSU 6-5. In that contest, Auburn's back-end bullpen has just been so good. Carson Skipper from over in Trussville and Blake Burkhalter on the back end last night, shutting down LSU after a big 6-run fifth. Alabama starts a home series with Texas A&M. UAB has a home series with Marshall, and Samford has a home series with Missouri State. All that at 6 o'clock. UAB softball out of conference this weekend, playing at number 1 Oklahoma. You talk about a tall task for the UAB Blazer softball team.
Isn't it a weird time for Oklahoma to be playing a non-conference? Everybody's in conference now, aren't they?
I don't know if all 10 of the members in the Big 12 have a team in softball.
Yeah.
So it's one of those off weekends for Oklahoma. So they've got UAB coming in for a 2-game set on Friday and Saturday. Right now, UAB's won 13 of 15. Not nearly as impressive as the, 33-game win streak that Oklahoma's on, including the national championship game last year. They're 30-0 this year.
That's a pretty good program there, yeah.
And so it's a big task for them. Auburn softball at home against number 7 Florida. Alabama at home against number 15 Georgia. Auburn tonight at 6. Alabama starts their series on Saturday. That's the Diamond, both softball and baseball for you happening this weekend. When we come back, for a moment we thought we had Nate Oats in the next segment, which originally was going to be at 12:35. And then we thought, when we sent it out, I did mistakenly throw another mistake up. I mistakenly sent out Nate Oats at 10:25. But now we're moving it back to 11, right?
That is correct. Coach Oats now at 11 o'clock, everyone.
So Nate Oats is now at 11 o'clock coming up.
Coach running that motion offense on us. Never know where he's going. Backdoor cut.
You know what? You know what I actually think this is?
What?
He went to the Ruby Slipper down there for breakfast. They said it's going to be a 2-hour wait. They said, hey, let's go ahead and move up our time with the next round. Let's do it at 10:25. And then all of a sudden, 2 opened at the counter, and he said, push this thing back to 11. I got to get my pecan pancakes and make this all work.
Apparently, the NABC convention has had some time changes. As I'm told from Coach Oats, that's the reason for the changes. So we'll gladly accommodate.
Oh, absolutely. So Nate Oats with us in 40 minutes. On the next round, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Bracket Challenge winding down. Go see where you are today before the games tomorrow. And then afterwards, go see where you are going into the Monday Challenge right there at nextroundlive.com. Unbelievable inventory at EAW.
And fantastic stuff, too. EAWcars.net is where you find them online. Also on the Pelham Parkway right there, Highway 31 in Pelham. EAWcars.net. Go shop there. Luxury and performance vehicles for sale in Pelham, and they want to move them. Pelham Parkway, EAWcars.net.
Superior Thruster says it'll be 2 years before Gerner gets a start down at Auburn. He thinks they've got a quarterback for the next couple of years, and everyone's already raving about the quarterback at Briarwood High School.
I've seen that kid play. He's good.
Yeah. I've had people say that guy has a college future as well.
He's a good player.
When we come back, our buddy Barrett Salee, he wrote yesterday, biggest questions in the SEC. We're going to get Rockstar's viewing menu, and then I'm going to start reading Barrett's questions, and we're going to give you the answers, at least the way we see the answers, sitting right here on April 1, 2022 on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Rockstar's viewing menu in just a second. Rockstar, will you watch the Final Four tomorrow night?
Yeah, I'll watch it. Will you watch it together?
Well, we do have a house guest who's coming in, and we do.
I beg your pardon?
I don't want to spend the night.
Well, I mean, one of Maggie's classmates are flying. She's flying in from D.C. She lands about 3:30 today, and she's staying at our house. And well, it's not even a house anymore in our town home, so it's a smaller space than it used to be. And I don't have my sports room anymore. And
So sad.
Are you asking if you can come to Rockstar's house and watch it? He'd probably make you paint.
We
make you paint a wall.
Yeah,
I'm not going to Rockstar's.
We
It's
have
too
a
much work.
dresser in the middle of the floor that cannot be moved because it's like 800 pounds. You do not want to come to my place.
Yeah, no, but there is
You need to get those lift straps. That's the way you do that.
There is a good chance if you'd like to go down to Walk-Ons on Highway 280 tomorrow night and watch the Final Four, there's a chance you can sit by me because I may be there sitting at the bar enjoying that and enjoying a new Bud Light Next, which you will see pop up the new can and logo behind me here in just a second. 10 years in the making, our friends at Bud Light introducing the next generation of light beer, Bud Light Next. 0 carbs, 80 calories. Bud Light Next has a light body and super crisp taste for easy drinking. Looks like that. It is Bud Light Next right there, available wherever you buy beer. I think this count is wrong. I don't think I've made that many mistakes. You see it on the ticker down below so far. What is the count? Is it at 5 right now? 5 on the ticker?
Dave,
6. So it's at 6 now.
Dave sent us a GIF of one of those, like a what's it called? Not telemarketing. Telethon, where they've got the screen on the front of the desk and the number just keeps clicking up. We can just have it there.
Show them the new total, Jim. Part of our show today being brought to you. We'll get to college football questions in the SEC after Rockstar's Review. I mean, you brought to you by our friends at New Life.
Hey, you can go right now to newlifeart.com and see Daniel Moore's latest work, Crimson Connection. We've been showing it to you all week. You can go see it for yourself. newlifeart.com. But here's the thing. They are helping you save a little bit on it. 10% off the Crimson Connection, showing Bryce Young throwing the ball to John Mechie. CC10 is the code to use for Crimson Connection to get that 10% off, but that expires Sunday. newlifeart.com is where you need to go. newlifeart.com to see Daniel Moore's Crimson Connection, his newest painting of Alabama football.
You got 3 things tonight. You got 9 p.m. on Cinemax, a funny movie, Pop Star, Never Stop Stopping, with Andy Samberg, where he plays like an NSYNC kind of boy band guy, and he's not very good.
I've never seen that.
It's a pretty funny film. Andy Samberg's good. I haven't seen anything he's done lately, though. In theaters tonight, you've seen this, it seems like for the past 3 years, Morbius. Jared Leto transforms into the enigmatic anti-hero Michael Morbius, dangerously ill with a rare blood disorder and determined to save others suffering his same fate. Dr. Morbius attempts a desperate gamble. That is a big no for me. And then tonight at 10:35 on NBC and ABC, I don't know how they're doing this, but on the Tonight Show, the musical guest is the Red Hot Chili Peppers, the return of John Frusciante on guitar. And then on Jimmy Kimmel Live on ABC at 10:35, the musical guest is the Red Hot Chili Peppers. So I don't know.
Busy. One of those is New York, one of those is LA,
I don't
isn't
know
it?
I don't know if it's a misprint.
No, I guess both those are LA.
Somebody doesn't know what they're doing.
They recorded at different times.
Yeah, so I don't know, because they got a new album coming out.
They just shut down the streets of Hollywood. They just all got a Hollywood star, didn't they? The Red Hot Chili Peppers?
I don't know. I mean,
I think so. I think I saw that
Is
this
it
week.
Fallon where Will Ferrell and Chad Smith did the drum off? That is funny.
Because everybody said, like, back in the day, Will Ferrell and Chad Smith, you guys look like brothers.
Well, they
you
do.
exactly alike.
And on that show, they had dressed just alike. They both had their hat backwards. I mean, they do look they look like twin brothers that are, you can tell apart, but you still know they're twins, identical twins. You know what I'm saying? That's what they look like. And then they did a drum off, and the entire Red Hot Chili Peppers show up. Have you ever seen it?
I have not.
It's cool. They do a drum off, and Chad Smith obviously is much better than Will Ferrell, and Will Ferrell kind of hams it up. And then late, Will Ferrell drops his stick, and he bends over to pick it up, and when he comes back up, he's got a cowbell. It's on a cowbell, and the crowd goes crazy. And he starts the cowbell, and then you hear the guitar start for Don't Fear the Reaper, and the entire Red Hot Chili Peppers come out and do Don't Fear the Reaper.
Oh, my goodness. That would be fantastic.
Yeah. Now, Flea is he's a little awful to start, but he finally picks it up.
You were right, Dunaway. Chili Peppers got a Hollywood Walk of Fame, and also Woody Harrelson and George Clinton. So
that was a big week.
Taking one off, Scott.
Yeah, subtract one.
Show him the new total.
So Woody Harrelson's just now getting a star on the Walk of Fame.
It's interesting how long it takes for some people.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't Chris Berman have one?
Yeah, I mean, Woody Harrelson should have got that a long time ago.
You pay
I know
for
that.
it. Yeah.
But I think Woody's got a few dollars.
And when are they going to run out of real estate? Where they're going to start taking off
that's a good
stars?
question. I don't know.
This guy's not that important anymore.
No, you just keep I think you do readjust them.
Or the stars get a little smaller.
Well, that's like if the Auburn has that sidewalk. When Alabama does with the handprints, right?
Yeah.
When Auburn started that sidewalk and Alabama started the handprints, nobody consider the fact we're going to play football a long time. Like Auburn's got baseball and soccer, and people got, like this sidewalk will go forever. We ain't never going to worry about that.
Like, I forget who, like Sonny Smith has a really good star location when I'm walking.
Of course, Terry Henley does.
Somebody had a bad location. I was like, this guy's way down here.
I know.
In front of the beignet shop? Why is this guy down in front of the beignet shop in Auburn?
I mean, if we play Alabama football forever, which I think most people would like, they're going to run out of room to put those handprints and footprints.
Well, that
That's
quad,
a big quad, isn't
that
it?
quad will end up being all concrete
All
at some
cement.
point.
It's going to be like toe prints, footprints.
Yeah. All right, that's what Rockstar is watching tonight. Barrett Sallee writes at CBSSports.com, the biggest questions facing the SEC. And I want to throw some of these out for you after you tell us about our friends at Odie's. And then I will bounce around to some of these questions, and I'll just read them out, and we'll try to get the answer.
Crestline Village is where you find Odie's great lunch location today. Do one of these two things. I'm just going to help you out here on this Friday. Either go in and get Rodney's Famous Cheeseburger, or if you want something a little bit different, get that Diablo sandwich, which is a favorite of everyone on this show. Most everyone in the show. I haven't polled everyone, but a lot of people like the Diablo up here. Go get that. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village, a Birmingham landmark. Great place to watch the games this weekend as well. It's Odie's Tavern.
The question for Ole Miss, according to Barrett Sallee, can the defense just be adequate? And you say to yourself, well, Jim, last year, or Barrett, whoever you're talking to, last year the defense was adequate. They improved under D.J. Durkin. But what happened?
He left. He went to Texas A&M.
That's right. D.J. Durkin left and went to Texas A&M, and Lane has had to sort of piece together the defensive coordinator job in the offseason here. So where do you feel like, do you think last year DJ sort of gave Lane the blueprint to getting Ole Miss's defense right, or is that a concern for you?
No, I think it's always going to be a concern. DJ Durkin is really, really good at what he does, obviously. The fact that, Alabama was going to hire him, or at least wanted him around the program and maybe moved him up the ladder. The fact that Ole Miss was willing to take the heat for hiring him, the fact that A&M's hired, shows you how good DJ Durkin is.
That's right.
So it's just naturally going to be difficult to replace that no matter where you are. I think it's going to be the challenge for Lane Kiffin is to continue that commitment. Lane is very much an offensive guy, and some would call him an offensive genius, and I think that term can apply with him. That's always going to be the challenge for him, is having that defense to match that offense.
Another question is about defense as well. Can the Vols improve their pass defense? Last year was a step forward for Tennessee, but as Barrett and anyone who talks Tennessee defense points out, they were the worst pass defense in the Southeastern Conference last year, giving up 273 yards a game through the air. And if you watched a lot of Tennessee football, like the Ole Miss game or the Alabama game, even though the offense was scoring points, that offense was right back out there pretty quickly because they were giving up big plays on defense.
Yeah, and they just could not keep up in a track meet. As talented, as good as Hendon Hooker ended up being at the end of the year for them, they just could not keep up in the track meets. But, I mean, look, you go back and look at that Alabama-Tennessee game. Let's measure Tennessee against the best teams they played. Well, they played the two teams that played in the national championship game. Played with Georgia for like a half. You go back and look at that Alabama game, that's a tight game going into the fourth quarter.
That's right. Now, about 10 minutes into the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Alabama blew them out.
10 minutes left,
Alabama, I think, ended up winning that game by like 28 or something. That score is not at all indicative of how that game was played last year. So they were about a half away from being a really, really good football team. So how do they make up that other half? I think you'd have to defensively. Not much more they can do offensively, really.
We talked to Justin Hokanson about the Auburn quarterback race. Another one that everyone's watching is Texas A&M, and that's Barrett's question for the Aggies. Who leads this offense that I have in my preseason top 5, but there's no clear-cut guy who's going to be the quarterback. Is it 5-star freshman Connor Wegman? Is it Haynes King, who was the day one starter last year before he got hurt? Or is it Max Johnson? I know we've talked about who we think's going to get the first snap, but who ends up leading it, you believe?
I think it'll be Max Johnson. I've seen a lot of people talking Haynes King. There are some that like Wegman. I'm going to say Max Johnson. I'm going to go with the experience of Max Johnson, the SEC experience of Max Johnson, and say him. But, just honestly, if you told me it's any one of those three, I'm not going to be blown away by any of them.
I'd ask you the same question about LSU. LSU's another contender. Is it going to be Miles Brennan? Is it going to be Jaden Daniels?
Jaden Daniels is who I go with.
Yeah, but that seems to be an interesting quarterback battle.
Yeah, and I've gotten this wrong, I guess, a lot over the years. It just feels like when you go get a transfer, you go get the transfer for a reason, right? Daniels
Yes.
could have gone most anywhere. LSU showed a great deal of interest, which is why he's there.
But they convinced Miles Brennan to come back out of the
That's
portal
right.
to stay. So you sort
Yeah.
of re-recruited him. Both technically, to me, Miles Brennan and Jaden Daniels are both portal quarterbacks. Even though Miles was on your team last
That's
year,
right. You had to get him
he
back
was
out,
in the
yeah.
portal. You had to get him back out of the portal. It was like Alabama basketball this year. Shackelford had gone and was in the portal for a long, long time. And Nate Oats had to re-recruit him out of the portal. He was sort of a portal guy for them this year. He had left the team and came back to the team. Miles Brennan had left the team and he's come back to the team. So
Yeah.
to me, it's two portal guys battling for that locker room.
Yeah, but I still feel like it's going to be Jaden Daniels, though I think Miles Brennan's time under center gets a little bit more criticism than it deserves. Their defense was not great then. He got off to that bad start against Mississippi State. Once he got going, he played really well until they got hurt his first year as a starter.
Everybody knows the name Jordan Davis. Barrett asked, can the defensive line be deep this year at Georgia again? They've got Jalen Carter, 6'3", 310. They got some boys up there, some men up there, some big mountains up there that can play defensive line. But when you lose a guy like Jordan Davis, you can't go anywhere. There's no way you can improve off of Jordan Davis.
Well, fair or not, my expectation for Georgia right now is to do what Alabama has done over the last decade, is to fill up the NFL draft and just backfill with guys that are going to fill up the next NFL draft.
Just change the nameplates.
I mean,
on
that's
the back
my
of the
expectation.
jerseys.
And when Kirby was part of it in Tuscaloosa. He's recruited to that level in Athens. That's my expectation, and that may not be a fair expectation. He would cringe at me saying that because no coach ever wants to, have that type of expectation. That's a lot to live up to, but that's my expectation for them.
The question for Auburn from Barrett Salee is which quarterback is the answer. We talked with Hokanson about.
I have no idea the answer to that question.
Yeah. Who has the chemistry with KJ Jefferson is the Arkansas question, looking for a receiver there. And then the Alabama question. You haven't seen this. So if I ask you what the Alabama question is for you in Alabama camp, their first scrimmage is tomorrow.
Right.
And, listen, here's the way I look at Alabama scrimmages. I just want, by the time my timeline is through on Saturday, there not be a report from Michael Casagrande or somebody like that telling me there's been an injury.
Yeah.
In that scrimmage.
So-and-so was helped off the field.
Yeah, I just want every running backs, linebackers, receivers, quarterbacks all to be healthy when the scrimmage is over with tomorrow. But if I asked you one question about Alabama going into next year, the biggest question for you is?
I think in the offseason, the two things that will be talked about the most are offensive line and receiver. I'm going to say Barrett goes with the receiver, losing Jamison Williams, Slade Bolden, and John Mechie, the guy that was on our show every week, Ryan.
And Jaleel Billingsley.
And Jaleel Billingsley. And not having seen the young guys quite step up like you thought they would, I think he goes receiver.
Yep, that's exactly what he did. And he says Jermaine Burton brings some experience in. Jai Hall has had flashes. One thing that I keep hearing about Hall over in Tuscaloosa is that his attitude is totally different.
Well, that's good.
From where it was at one point in the season, that he sort of has done a 180 on his attitude and may be in a different mindset now that he sees a path to playing time.
Yeah, well, you would hope the coach has found a way to get to him. I would say it's significant that he has had this offseason and has not been in the transfer portal.
Right.
I mean, I think you can read something into that. And this guy seemed very disgruntled, didn't get the playing time he wanted. He's had every opportunity to jump in that transfer portal and even come back out and stay in Tuscaloosa. But he hasn't done that, and I think you can read something into that.
Yeah, it was really an upset that he wasn't
Maybe
in
so.
the portal between the Iron Bowl and the National Championship playoffs.
Take me back to the Mississippi State game somewhere in that time.
Yeah.
I would have said 100% that guy ends up there.
Yeah, exactly. All right, it's Barrett Salee at CBSSports.com as part of our morning rounds yesterday. Hope you had a chance to take a look at that, and some interesting questions going on for SEC spring football with all those camps up and churning right now. Much more as we continue on the show. We'll talk to Alabama basketball coach Nate Oats, who is down in New Orleans at the Final Four. He'll join us at the top of the hour. All of that is still to come right here on the next round, which is being brought to you in part today by our friends at the Talladega Super Speedway.
Yeah, go see that next-gen car on the steep banks of Talladega. Your first chance to do that is Sunday, April 24th at the Geico 500, 2 o'clock green flag. You enhance that race weekend by adding the Talladega Garage Experience, the most immersive in NASCAR. You can see more about that. You can buy your tickets, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. That's TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That's 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Riley making the point over there in the video you're speaking of, it's obvious Questlove was drumming for Will Ferrell. They only showed Will from the shoulders up until the very end.
You know what? I have never noticed that.
Yeah, he's not playing.
I've watched that bit. Why? He wasn't fantastic.
No, but he's not playing like Quest, like they do the drum solo. Like he just tries to. He's not playing. Chad is. Will's not.
Well, I'm sure Chad is.
Yeah. Also over there, Elliot says Jalil did absolutely nothing for us last year.
That is true. There were times he probably hurt Alabama.
But during the year before that, during the national championship year,
really good.
A great contributor.
I was returning kicks out of the end zone.
And so far, rave reviews of him in Austin. A change of venue may have helped him more than almost anybody in college football. All right, when we come back, Bet Online has a couple of things out, including some odds on who will be the first pick in the draft and win totals from Caesars out in Vegas. Do the Miami Dolphins make the playoffs according to Caesars Palace? And the Caesars, we're all Caesars, Brown.
We are, and there's something I've got in the next segment, too, that you're going to love because I'm wrong. You love it when I'm wrong. I'm going to have to admit I was wrong.
I do. We'll stop programming just for Brown to be wrong next.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Beef O'Brady's is the perfect place for food and fun. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Visit the 280 location. The Grove in Hoover just off 459 in that great Helena location. My friend Bradley and I were in the 459 location at the Grove. He loved that Amarillo Firecracker Burger, Angus Stomp of smoked bacon, fried jalapenos, pepper jack cheese, and the sweet jalapeno aioli. On the suggestion of our server, I got the Angus cheeseburger wrap. All your favorite cheeseburger ingredients wrapped in a flour tortilla. Our lunch was terrific. Yours will be as well. Try those items or any other items on the Beef O'Brady's menu. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for food and fun. Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from the next round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Want to bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Over in the chat room, Tommy's exactly right. Jaleel Billingsley did have his quote, big ass pass catch on 4th down versus Auburn. I'll give him that.
There's zero doubt that that's the case. Now, I think the problem with Billingsley is that might have been his only catch of the game, if I remember right.
I think a lot of people were looking to him in the national championship game, especially after Jameson went down to step up. Bobby, over in the chat room, saw Morbius last night. My 10-year-old loved it. First off, I can't believe Bobby's son is 10 years old now. Great CGI. Good kickoff to a new franchise. Nice twist. The post-credit scenes nearly had my kid peeing himself because he was so excited after seeing them.
Now, what is Morbius?
The Jared Leto film that's opening tonight.
Is it a superhero?
I think
Morbius?
it's a superhero.
Okay.
Yes, and I can't wait to get Lunsford's opinion on that. Maybe a little bit later in the show. I'm sure he saw it last night at midnight too. He didn't let those.
He said he's probably going to see it, but he has not seen it yet.
Oh, he's not seen it yet. All right, so that's coming up. All that is over in the chat room, which is brought to you in part today by our friends in Michelson to look ahead to maybe what you're doing this weekend.
Yeah, Michelson Laser Vision is the place to go to get that LASIK vision and get your sight back, basically. But here's the thing I like about them. It's one reason we love to endorse Michelson Laser Vision. They're not just all about grabbing your money. Both Dunaway and I talked to Dr. Michelson. I talked to Dr. Jennifer. I think you talked to Dr. Mark Michelson, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Who started this whole thing. And we were both told, hey, it might not be right for you. This may not work for you. So they're not just doing it to grab money. They want it to work for you and be great for you. 969-8100, 969-8100. Get that consultation. See if they can get that 20/20 vision back for you at Michelson Laser Vision.
We always love to stop programming when Brown makes a mistake. What's your mistake, Brown?
It's not a mistake. It's just something I got wrong. Jay Wright.
That's weird.
No. A mistake is an error. This is not an error. This is just something I said that I'm wrong about.
Just admit that was a bad sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I made a mistake. Yeah, you can tell the difference between. All right, I made a mistake.
I didn't kill him. His heart stopped beating after I shot him. That's on him.
You're doing it in your Reels narrator voice.
Yeah.
Those Reels on Facebook.
I shot him in the face, and his heart started beating. My dog won't stop eating his vomit. What in the world? This is new carpet.
We all went to the beach and saw seagulls.
It's so
awful.
weird, those things are.
Awful.
Yeah.
So-
All right,
so your
here's what I got
mistake
wrong.
was
Here's my
right.
mistake,
Yeah.
Jim,
Thank
if you want to call it a mistake. Jay Wright on the podium down in New Orleans asked if he would wear a suit for the Final Four. Wright's quote, I actually had to call our SID as I was packing. Do I need a suit? Are there any events I need to go to? I don't think I'm going to wear a suit. I didn't even bring one.
Oh, fantastic. You thought Jay would wear one.
Well, we talked about it. You were like, these coaches, it's going to look weird seeing them up on the raised platform all casual. And I was like, if it's Jay Wright, he's going to wear a suit. I mean, the coaches are going to wear a suit to the Final Four. And you said, no, I think they like being casual now. So it's such a weird thing, though. This is the
So
weirdest.
weird. I don't remember this discussion at all. Is there a chance you were with LT and I was in Vegas?
You were sitting right there. You were like, no, Brown, I think they like being casual.
They
I'm like,
do.
Jay Wright's going to wear a suit if he makes it. That's the weirdest. That's one of the weirdest holdovers from the pandemic to me. That I don't even know why in the pandemic they started going no suit. It was just like somebody in the pandemic said, why aren't we wearing a suit and a face mask? I'm not going to do both. So they quit wearing suits, and they're just like, man, I really like this cash. I'm just going to keep the quarter zip, and that's all I'm going to do. I mean, even freaking Coach K and Jay Wright.
Oh, Coach K's used to it because he would coach the Olympic team, and
That's
the
true.
Olympic coaches never wore.
They just go with the golf shirt.
They
the
would
polo.
go with the gear, and all these teams always are in the Maui Classic. I don't know why they didn't start this earlier.
Yeah, so Jay Wright, no suit.
And Nate Oats rolling still with a jacket. We'll talk to Nate coming up at the top of the hour here. There are a couple of other things that are going on right now. One of them in the NBA, and I know you guys are not huge NBA fans right now, but it was enough. You guys are enough NBA fans to know that I am a in passing New York Knicks fan, and they were eliminated from a chance of making the playoffs again last night. I am shocked that they made it this late in the season before being eliminated. But Giannis, the Greek freak, became the leading scorer all time of the Milwaukee Bucks last night, passing Lou Alcindor.
Yeah, I was going to say it's got to be Kareem, yeah.
Lou Al when he was there, and then Kareem later when he went to the Lakers. But Giannis became the all-time leading scorer there, and I didn't know. We mentioned this the other day. The Suns have over 60 wins right now. The playoffs, the season ends coming up a week from Sunday. Charles Barkley was on our show yesterday. NFL win totals. We don't have time to get to it now. We'll get to it later. But this draft stuff we do have from our friends at Bet Online. 1 to 3 odds to be the first overall pick. So they're telling you in Vegas at Bet Online that Aiden Hutchinson is going to be the first overall pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah.
1 to 3 odds there. But then they give the odds on who will be the second overall pick. Malik Willis and Trayvon Walker are both 2 to 1 odds to be the second overall pick.
Malik Willis?
Malik Willis is former Auburn.
Oh, I'm aware of all his
quarterback.
Yeah.
Malik Willis from Liberty is trending, according to the betting odds at Bet Online, to be the second overall pick in the NFL draft.
Was his pro day that good, or you think it's just they know everybody overdrafts quarterbacks, so we've at least got to protect ourselves by having a quarterback?
So
in the odds.
Yeah. So I looked at, they've got odds on Malik Willis. What team will draft him? The overwhelming favorite to draft Malik Willis, second overall, the Detroit Lions. Yes. The guy who could not win the job at Auburn.
That's right.
Is going to be your second overall pick, franchise quarterback in Detroit.
Good luck beating golf.
Couldn't play quarterback for Gus Malzahn, but he's going to play for the Lions.
Second overall pick. Kenny Pickett, by the way, favored, according to odds, to go to Carolina or New Orleans. Malik favored to go to Detroit or Carolina.
You know, a lot of Christian organizations or believers believe in tithing, right?
Right.
You give 10% of your check. I'm telling you, man, if Malik Willis makes it to the NFL and is the number 2 pick, he should tithe 10% to Hugh Freeze.
Oh, absolutely.
After his 10% to God, 10% to Hugh Freeze, because that guy resurrected his career.
Let's go. It's a little uncomfortable, that comment. Let's go 10% to God. Let's give only Hugh 7%.
7% to Hugh Freeze?
I don't want to give exactly the same.
He might be giving his agent more than he's giving God. So I don't know if you're uncomfortable with that one.
Kerry believes that it's so on brand for the Jaguars. Everyone believes Aiden Hutchinson's going to be a bust there going first
the
overall.
fact that you also don't go Evan Neal to help with your real investment in Trevor Lawrence.
Nate Oats is coming up next. We'll talk about the Final Four and this offseason for Alabama basketball with Nate. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
And listen, it wraps up today. Go to Nichols Outfitters no matter what. But that tent, man, it has been such good savings. Cool, Badlands, Columbia, Drake, more. They've had it at 50% off, but you could still get great deals at Nichols Outfitters. I-65 in Pelham. Go see them, Nichols Outfitters.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
A number of years ago, I could not tell you how much a good night's sleep helps your performance. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, because I wasn't getting a great night's sleep. I am now, and it's thanks to the expert outfitters at Sleep Outfitters. Find a Sleep Outfitters nearest you and do what my wife and I did. Go into the store, answer a few simple questions, and in mere moments, they've got you laying on a bed, finding the best one for you. For us, it was the Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress, and we absolutely love it. It could not have been easier. And right now, when you head into Sleep Outfitters, you can take advantage of the Spring Super Sale. Get any size Sealy for the twin size price on all Sealy Outfitters and Posturepedic spring mattresses. Full queens and even kings start at $299 with 0 interest for up to 6 months on approved credit. Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster mattresses start at just $25 a month. Get incredible free gifts with qualifying purchases valued up to $300, and get free delivery and setup with any purchase $599 and up. That's right now in the Spring Super Sale at Sleep Outfitters. Find a Sleep Outfitters near you when you visit sleepoutfitters.com.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final Four weekend in New Orleans, and it's been a long season, and we're down to 4 teams. We'll talk to Alabama head coach Nate Oats about that as we get to this part of the show, being brought to you by our friends at Craneworks.
Hey, Craneworks has got that RentalWorks equipment. You can find all the rental equipment at craneworks.com, the RentalWorks division. You can also go on our social media and see everybody's new favorite game show. The legendary coach Wimp Sanderson joins me and tries to guess the name of the equipment. Right now, we've done 4. What is he? 1 and 3. 1 and 3. All right. Wimp with a losing record right now. You can get great things like pressure washers, sod cutters, towable boom lifts, track loaders, skid steers, all right there at RentalWorks. Go watch the video with Coach Sanderson and myself on social media and visit them at craneworks.com. Let's go to the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline down in New Orleans. The head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide, Nate Oats, joins us now. Welcome in, Coach. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Doing wonderful. We thank you so much for coming on with us. I know ultimately you want to be coaching in the Final Four, but any basketball fan, the Final Four is just got to be fun to attend no matter what you're doing.
No, it is fun. I mean, I came up here as a high school coach to the Final Four all the time. I watch it every year. I'm a coach, but I'm a fan too. So you're right. We'd love to be coaching it. Hopefully we're coaching it here sometime soon, but I'm always a fan of college basketball for sure, so I'm happy to be down here.
So you're around all the coaches a lot as well when you're at the Final Four. With the way the portal is nowadays, do you do any recon on talking about some players who may be in the portal and talk to their coaches who they're leaving programs? Do you have those type of conversations, and do you give conversations about guys who've left your program?
No, for sure. If you run into somebody or they run into you, those conversations are going to happen. No, I'm not trying to be the annoying guy trying to set up a meeting with a coach whose kid's leaving this program. I mean, obviously, we're going to do everything we can to help our guys leave our program, but sometimes kids are leaving other programs. The coach isn't happy about it. He'd rather, So if I run into him, I'm definitely going to ask, but I'm not setting up a meeting to do that, if that makes sense.
Well, I thought Dunaway was going to ask you with the portal if it was going to be a Will Smith, Chris Rock like moment at the coaching convention.
A coach walks up and slaps you or anything. But no, your recruiting obviously is some of the best in the country. You're a top 3 recruiting class right now with the guys you have coming in. But it does seem like the job is different now than it was 5 years ago. Just 5 years ago for you when it comes to recruiting. When you guys are all together, Are you guys discussing the positives or the negatives about the portal and how the rosters changed so much? Is that part of the discussion? And is there any concern among you power coaches of how the portal is working these days?
I mean, it's definitely changed, like you guys have said. It's even changed just in the last year. I mean, there's no COVID restrictions. So now you can be out to recruit the transfers. It's going to change every year. You got NIL stuff. Transfer without sitting. There's changes. Can you adapt? Can you figure out how the changes are going to affect it? Can you get to the forefront of it? So it's changing. I don't necessarily think it's bad, good, whatever. It's different. It is what it is. So we've got guys that are leaving our program, and sometimes it makes more sense. We've had 3 kids going to portal. I've had good discussions with all 3. It's not like there was ill will on anybody's part. It's, can they get to a spot where they're going to play more and be happier in their role? And, if they need to play more and they're not necessarily going to be able to play as many minutes as they want to or need to for where they're trying to get to here, then let's help them out and let's get them to the best spot we can. And in turn, then maybe we get somebody that maybe just fits in our system or what we need for next year a little bit better. So there's definitely a different aspect to the recruiting, particularly in the spring now than there was before. But I'm not upset about it. I'm nothing really. It's different. You got to just figure it out. It's a little different. If you can't change how the game's changing and change how the recruiting scene's changing, then you're going to get left behind.
Alabama coach Nate Oats is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's down in New Orleans for the Final Four, so let's talk some about that. We were laughing earlier. Any other year, Coach, a Kansas-Villanova matchup would be incredible. Everybody would be salivating over that. It's only a Duke-North Carolina game that can make that be a second billing. Villanova and Kansas, 2 great programs like that.
No doubt. I mean, all the upsets that happened in the NCAA tournament, and we're still get down to a Final Four where it's Duke, Carolina, Kansas, Villanova.
I know.
The cream kind of rises to the top. I'm excited for both games. I mean, obviously the storyline is Coach K's last year. I still can't believe Duke, Carolina have never played in an NCAA tournament. That's crazy to me. So with all the NCAA tournaments both of them have been in and how that works. So, I mean, there'll be a 30 for 30, a book written on this year. I mean, Carolina was left for dead and weren't in the tournament a month and a half ago, and all of a sudden you think about their fan base. What if they end Krzyzewski's career in a game to go to the national championship game? I mean, that'd be crazy for them. And then on the flip side, if you're, a big Duke fan, what better way to get to the national championship game in Coach K's last season than beating North Carolina? I mean, that's definitely the storyline. But shoot, Kansas, Villanova, and for Villanova, and here's the deal too: Villanova loses their second leading scorer, but they've got such a great culture that they're a program that can probably withstand that and be able to stay in this game and have a chance to beat team as good as Kansas can. So it's going to be an interesting 2 games here.
I'll be honest with you. If you the schedule you had this year, I am shocked that at least one of the teams you played this year is not in the Final Four. There was a moment I thought the entire Final Four would have been on Alabama's schedule at some point this year.
No, it's crazy. We played 4 Sweet 16 teams. We were 4-0 against them. We played 3 Elite 8 teams. And we were 3-0 against them. Arkansas, Houston, and Miami. Shoot, we beat Miami by 32. So we, those 3 all lost. They were 1 game away from the Final Four. Gonzaga was the number 1 overall seed. We played them and beat them. So we played a lot of really good teams, and they were good when we played them, and it showed how good some of them were by how well they played late in the year. And we're going to continue to schedule tough. We just, we like to make the same runs as the teams we're playing. Sometimes it's matchups, sometimes it's got to catch a break. We obviously did not catch a break with Quinterly tearing his ACL the first 4 minutes of the game, but we got to build a roster that can sustain some of those types of injuries, and that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, but that's a fair question. You want to continue to schedule strong, but will it be as strong as this year? Do you want it to continue to be the number 1 schedule in the country every year, or did you learn a lesson maybe about this year's schedule?
You know what? That's a good question. We've talked about it. I think here's the deal. The games that gave us the number 1 schedule were probably Gonzaga, Houston. Those were obviously the MTE. There were some good games in there. But if we don't play Gonzaga and Houston, we don't end up as a 6th seed in the NCAA tournament. We probably, we're maybe more of a bubble team without those 2 wins, if you will. So do we not play games like that and guarantee ourselves? I mean, college basketball comes down to the NCAA tournament. I mean, it maybe shouldn't be that way. There should maybe be a bigger emphasis on the regular season, but getting into the NCAA tournament, making runs in the NCAA tournament, that's what people remember. Well, we've been in the NCAA tournament back-to-back years. They haven't done that in 16 years here. They haven't gone back-to-back NCAA tournaments with a 6 seed or higher in 30 years here. If we don't schedule those games, we don't do that. So I don't know that we want to back off what we're doing. The Baylor game's a big one too, with number 1 strength of schedule. That we had nothing to do with that. That was the SEC Big 12 Challenge. They assigned that one to us. So we've got Gonzaga coming back to Birmingham next year. We got to go to Houston next year. Memphis is coming back to our place. We're playing in the PK 85 with it's a loaded field, and we're I don't know if we'll be number 1 next year, but just with that right there, we're probably gonna be top 5.
Yeah.
So it's it kind of is what it is. We need to win some of those and put ourselves back in the NCAA tournament again.
Do you have a white whale? Do you have that team you were like, man, I'd love to see that Alabama Crimson jersey either at their place or them come to Tuscaloosa?
What was the good? Do I have a what?
A white whale. It's a Moby Dick reference there, Coach. I'm well
also
read.
Seinfeld.
Yeah. Also Seinfeld. I'm well read, Coach. Yeah. I mean, my career.
I'm not quite the Renaissance man that you are, obviously.
Yeah, so clearly not.
See, we're not on video today. This is by phone, but that was not a Dunaway question just because it was about some book.
That's right. It's a Brown question at Jacksonville State, Coach. At Jacksonville State, we had to read to get our degree.
Yeah, I'm sure you probably we had somebody in from an Ivy League school. You guys can kind of do your own. I'm not supposed to talk recruiting. They were talking about a 70-page paper they had to write to graduate from Princeton. That 70-page paper. What do we got going on here? But, I got obviously do a little more read some Moby Dick, I guess.
Yeah, you need to, Coach.
I would need some pictures on those 70 pages if I'm going to make it through that.
Do I get to count the table of contents? Is that one? Yes.
Yeah. So I guess let me
answer my question.
I guess I didn't get to the question. I need an interpretation, a Moby Dick interpretation.
That's what I was going to do. I was going to rephrase their question. Is there a coach or a team you'd like to do a home and home with?
That's a great question. They're a team I'd love to do a home and home with.
I would love to see Izzo come to Tuscaloosa, to be honest with you. And I
You know what, that'd be great.
Yes.
Yeah, Michigan State would be good. I can get back to Michigan, kind of where I made my name. There we go. Michigan State be a good. I don't want to necessarily coach against them because that's a grinded up affair. But for our fan base, it'd be good to schedule up. We could go with Duke. Duke, Carolina. I don't think those schools aren't really into playing big road games in the non-conference. Maybe we could see if Boeheim would play a road game in before conference play starts or something. That's from up in the Buffalo days.
Yeah, and Alabama went up. They went up there one year. You remember Alabama played at Syracuse?
Really?
I think the David Hobbs era back in the 90s. I remember Alabama playing.
And his wife's from
Syracuse. Return it. Syracuse come back?
I don't remember them playing in Tuscaloosa.
Nate, there's probably in your upper right-hand drawer, there's probably a contract that says they owe you a game.
Maybe we can pull that one out. I'm sure they'll return it now.
But Izzo's friends with Nick Saban, and Boeheim's wife's from Alabama. Those are two easy games to reschedule. Get those guys to come hang out with Coach or come visit family with the wife and get them back in Alabama. Those would be great games.
There we go. We'll bring that up.
Yeah.
Saban and Izzo can hang out at Saban's house when he's in town.
Before you go, Coach, and we do appreciate the time, a lot of our listeners and viewers are wanting us to ask you, do you have a feel for J.D. Davison, what he's going to do as far as the NBA draft goes or come back and play next year?
You know what? They haven't given us a final answer, but the plan with him coming in was, we were going to do everything we could in 1 year. I mean, he was on draft boards. He's super talented. He's a McDonald's All-American. His upside's really high. His best basketball is definitely in front of him. With the way the draft is and the NBA is right now, those kids usually leave after 1 year. That was the plan with them originally. I mean, they said we'd reevaluate it after the year. I think everybody's got to get some more feedback from the NBA, see where he's going to go. And here's I was talking on national podcast last night. Every freshman in the country could get better by coming back. We all know that. But here's the deal. If you've got guaranteed money, if you're in the first round and you've got guaranteed money, it's really hard to tell a kid not to take that guaranteed money in the NBA.
Yeah.
So, and where we're at, I feel like you've got to do right by the kid every time and everything will work itself out after that. If he's got guaranteed money in the first round, he should go and he will go. And I think it's leaning more that way. But they haven't given me an answer for sure. They haven't signed with an agent. They're working through the process. He's got his mom, his dad, his brother, they've got people working on getting the feedback that they need. We're helping them with that. And then, we'll get an answer at the appropriate time. But, the plan always was for him to be here for 1 year. And I don't think, he had, as all freshmen do, he was up and down a little bit through the year. But I think people saw what kind of upside he had. I mean, he dunked on Kessler on the one play. I mean, some of the plays he made let people know what his ceiling is. And that's a lot of the NBA is, what kind of potential do they have? What kind of kid are they? Are they going to make it? How good are they going to be 3, 4, 5 years down the road? And I think his upside's really, really high.
February 4th, 1996 in the Carrier Dome, 81-68, Syracuse beat Alabama. I cannot find a return game. So Jim Boeheim is scared.
They owe us one. They owe us one, huh?
That's right. He's scared if he won't come back, Coach. Jim Boeheim is scared.
Maybe we got to get to his wife, like you said.
That's right. Alabama girl. Tell her. Coach, thank you for the time. Enjoy the Final Four. Always fun talking with you.
All right. Appreciate it, guys. Roll Tide.
All right. Take care. That is Nate Oats, the Alabama basketball coach from down in New Orleans, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And as always, this hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, where it's officially lunchtime right now in Alabaster on Highway 119. If you're heading down to the beach, a good time to swing off at that Alabaster exit and stop off there at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken just off the interstate there. You can find it. Just put it into the GPS or just follow the smell of those wonderful Mississippi Delta tamales with the fried chicken with the perfect sides. You're home for Blues, Brews, and Birds. It's champy'schicken.com. You can call ahead. Take the...
Every day.
Is that one mistake or is that three?
I know, it's almost every day, though.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
You do this read every
it could
day.
be Blues, Brews, and Bird, Brews, Blues, and Bird. It could be either one of those.
The triple B, man.
Yeah, you get all the stuff you want at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken right there. They'll cater your party. If you're watching the game tomorrow, hey, pick up some Champy's World Famous Chicken, those wonderful Mississippi Delta tamales. Take them back and watch the Final Four with some great food, including chicken on a stick right there. It's our friends at Champies. Interesting.
Syracuse came back the next year. I couldn't find that quick
Oh, my
enough.
God. You've given Nate Oats
I'll text him.
Horrible information.
I'll text him.
He's bumping into Jim Boeheim as we speak in New Orleans, and you have just made him look bad.
I know.
That is all on Brown right there. Never, ever, Brown.
I'm texting him right now to tell him.
I thought I taught you this 12 years ago.
What?
If you don't know the answer, don't act like you know the answer.
Oh, no.
I mean, there's one thing I never have done, Brown. It's act like I know the answer to something I don't know the answer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We did a whole segment back in the day on Jim or not. Where you
Take care of texting.
Okay. Text Jim Boeheim, say, hey, if Nate bumps into you, it's all my fault.
Yep, it's on me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure Boeheim will have that concerned, disconcerted, upset look.
Yeah.
He looks like this all the time.
Of course, he's so old. He's like me. He forgot he probably played in Tuscaloosa.
You're a coach of where?
That's right. We do owe you a return back. We've never played in Tuscaloosa. All right. Always good to catch up with Nate. Interesting on JD there. Interesting on the schedule. I found that interesting that he wants to be in the top 5 in scheduling. And how honest is Nate Oats? He flat out told you right there, if we had not scheduled the way we scheduled and had the wins we won, we would have been a bubble team, or we wouldn't have made the tournament.
Right. I mean, I think it's a realistic view of what Alabama basketball was this year. He's right. Basically, Baylor, Houston, Gonzaga made them a 6 seed.
Yep.
I guess you can throw Memphis in there. I mean, there's a lot of teams you can throw in there.
So you got the Memphis return game to Birmingham, going to
Tuscaloosa, right?
To Tuscaloosa.
Yeah.
Return game to Houston. Gonzaga coming to Birmingham to play a game we'll be promoting here on the next round heavily for you. And so they're built-in games that's going to make it, as he said, a top 5 scheduling again in the other. And I guess I was getting the feeling from our chat room over there that maybe some of you guys did not like the schedule, that they overscheduled or something.
I don't know why you wouldn't like it.
I'd love to see what you basketball fans think over in the chat room, because y'all wanted that question asked. Did you think the schedule was too tough? I mean, it was entertaining as hell. I know that.
You'd rather see him play Georgia Tech?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd rather see him play Gonzaga than Georgia Tech, right?
I mean, I like the name Georgia Tech on the jersey.
But they're no good.
I get tired of playing, directional schools. I mean, back in the day, there were a lot of, southeast, northeast Louisianas that, I don't care to go watch. But, I mean, you just look at the gate, the attendance in Tuscaloosa this year.
All I know is there is not one Alabama fan now. They were high on life at the end of that Gonzaga-Alabama game because they'd also just won the SEC football championship. But
one of the greatest days in Alabama sports history.
There is not one Alabama basketball fan the day they beat Gonzaga that didn't think that team would at least advance past the Sweet 16.
Oh, they thought it would be
maybe the Final Four.
Equal to the greatest year of all time, the Elite Eight.
Yeah.
No, there is disappointment from different points of the year that Alabama and or Auburn are not playing in the Final Four. In fact, you probably could have made a case at some point in December, early January, that somebody doing a talk show in Alabama, maybe it was us, that painted a scenario that instead of North Carolina and Duke, that this weekend it was Alabama and Auburn. Playing down there. There wouldn't be the national fanfare of Alabama and Auburn playing each other. But Jim Nance would obviously, I guarantee they'd have the clip of Jim Nance standing on top of Beard Eaves with Jordan-Hare Stadium behind him saying, it's a grand old stadium and a grand day, whatever Jim Nance was there for the first game at Jordan-Hare for Alabama and Auburn.
That was so good. I remember that opening.
Yeah.
You got the stadium behind him and he does his opening there and then...
Yep, and then now they would have brought that clip up for this upcoming weekend of Alabama and Auburn if they were playing each other in the Final Four like North Carolina and Duke are. And listen, at one point during the year we were not that far off from it happening. I mean, at one point, you thought Auburn was a Final Four team and Alabama could be a Final Four team.
It feels weird to say that since one went out in the first game and one went out in the second game.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels weird to say we weren't that far away. We were quite far away when it got to the tournament. But
obviously far away, but mindset at one point during the year that you thought, boy, these could be Final Four teams.
Yeah.
Could be Final Four teams. All right, quick break here. Our friend Dr. B is trying to get LT's hair back perfect for this next upcoming year on camera here at the next round. If anybody can do it in your life or in LT's life, it's Dr. B.
And you can find out more at t3hair.net, t3hair.net. They want to get that, as Dunaway would say, that salad flowing back on top of your head there. You could see if you're watching us on the video stream, part of the evaluation that Lance went through. They come in, they look at it, and they're honest with you about what they can and cannot do. But get a consultation. Just get a consultation like you see Lance doing there and find out how T3 Hair Preservation can help you. Our guy, Dr. B, T3hair.net. Trash is next.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
I love our audience over in the chat room. people already fighting about Gonzaga, Alabama next year. Landmine believer giving 10 points to Gonzaga when they come to Birmingham next year.
That's a big number.
Tripp says, I'll take Gonzaga plus 10 versus Alabama right now if you want to book that.
Yeah, book
at
it.
Landmine believer. And then Landmine believer fires back, hell, Bama beat them in Seattle by 9 this year.
That's right.
And it took garbage points to get that close. Bama will be better next year, and Gonzaga will be worse. Game will be a home game. Bama by 10 or more.
You know, it was supposed to be, was it Oklahoma State it was supposed to be? And then they had to cancel. Whoever it was had to cancel, and they end up going with Davidson, an NCAA tournament team, of course, last minute. And you and I were at the game, and it was a good crowd, not a packed crowd. Would you anticipate I've been told what the date is. I don't think it's been officially announced. It would not conflict with football, the date I was told. Do you think it'll be a packed house to see Gonzaga?
I
would think so.
I'm told it's in between the SEC championship and
it will not conflict with football this
and
time.
not as close to Christmas.
That's
so
right.
It's a nice place.
Yeah, it'll be a good date. I know the date that is circled on the calendar right now, and it'll be a good date.
I think we can sell that game out at the BJCC at Legacy Arena next year, and I'm not going to go against what Landmine Believer is saying there.
Oh, I don't know anything about it.
But I will tell you the history of Alabama basketball lately in the BJCC.
Not great.
Is that they do not win in that building, so they'll have to change that.
Yeah, Nate Oats does not want the SEC tournament or even the first round there.
Yeah. All right, that is in Birmingham. Coming up next December for Gonzaga and Alabama, the return visit there. North Carolina Duke is 7:49 tomorrow night, the second of 2 Final Four games. I'll tell you again, just because we like to keep you informed. Out of habit, you will go turn on CBS tomorrow to watch the Final Four at 5 o'clock and watch Villanova and Kansas, and you'll be like, why is this not on? And I'll remind you again, the games are on TBS. If you wonder where that is, it's where you watch the reruns for Big Bang Theory and parts of the tournament as well.
Big Bang Theory, nonstop.
Nonstop on TBS.
And True TV is the Impractical Jokers channel.
Yep.
And TNT
is a lot of basketball.
A lot of basketball.
A lot of basketball there. But TBS is where you'll get the Final Four tomorrow and the national championship game coming up on Monday. All right. Rockstar, have you given us your guy yet?
No, but I would love to right now.
Okay, give us your guy.
I want to give you my guy. I choose in the first round Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so you know that he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make the house calls.
Oh, I love that. Before we get to trash, can I play one soundbite for you? Yes.
No.
Cut number 12, Rockstar. Fred Taylor, the former Florida great, was on a podcast with our friends at Barstool Sports, and he's on this podcast where he gets asked about recruitment money. And listen, we all knew this stuff goes on, so this isn't breaking news. It's the fact that Fred Taylor, as you'll hear in the conversation, took money from one school, Georgia, and played football, a legend, and won a national championship at rival Florida. Here's how the conversation went.
So I heard, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard that Georgia left a duffel bag of $30,000.
I heard it was 50.
50,000.
I heard it was 50.
Either way, you can correct us, but they left you a duffel bag to sign with them over Florida. You ended up choosing Florida and kept the duffel bag.
It wasn't a duffel bag. But it was a gang of cash, man, and
hey, 30 or 50.
It was up there. It was.
You might have to add another 0.
Closer to 50.
It was closer to 50. And those was the days, man. It was the days I would just go over to this guy's place and say, "Hey, I'm in West Palm. I'm visiting my mom. Come by my place." 1,000, 15, $3,000 every time I went over, and I went over 3-4 times.
I'm back. That's Barstool Sports there, and Bussin' with the Boys is that podcast. You can see the whole interview, Bussin' with the Boys podcast and everything that they have at Barstool. All that stuff went on everywhere, man. It went on everywhere.
Well, what are you going to do, turn them in?
Yeah, it is a...
Hey, he took my $50,000, didn't sign with me.
Yeah, that's right. You can't turn them in at that point. It's a wonderful podcast, Bussin' with the Boys there, and they get to the core of some great interviews with some former athletes, including the great Fred Taylor, who went to Florida and won a national championship. So when you start saying, our football... I want my football to be like it was back in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. I don't like this NIL stuff. Dude, nobody's getting a duffel bag full of $50,000 cash in NIL. You have to work a little bit for that right now.
You have to earn some of it.
You got to work for it. Let's do trash. Hit it, Rockstar.
Is it because this is my mom. Hold on.
Hey!
I'm trying to work right now. You over there calling my phone. This is D'Angelo. You can say hi. And don't be holding up traffic because you got cars behind you.
Hi, D'Angelo.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
And you can see more about Mortgage Right by going online, mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Today is April Fool's Day. The day anybody that is in radio that is not at all creative thinks they're funny.
Yeah, I do appreciate the fact that we have never embraced this day as a day to do practical jokes.
It is one of my least favorite things about having worked in radio was the people that thought that was funny. I'm going to do an April Fool's joke on the air, and we're going to get everybody.
It's my last show.
It's not funny.
I'm done with this place.
Yep.
I'm locking the doors, and I'm going to play this song nonstop.
But we do...
Come try to stop me.
Yeah, we do have some offbeat holidays in the month of April. April 4th is Hug a Newsman Day.
Oh, I used to love that day.
That's when all the guys would hug me.
That's right.
You misunderstood it, but
Gene
okay.
Lively, Rick Carly, they would all... That's 2 Gene Lively references this week. I don't know why I'm stuck with Gene Lively.
Because you're old.
He was good. Wasn't he good? Was he considered really good?
Yes.
He was good. He was really good. Wasn't he considered really good?
Why, Rockstar, do you tear my question apart when you don't tear Dunaway's answer apart, which was...
Nobody will get this, but he was really good at doing this. That's our news tonight. Now it's time for MASH.
Yeah, so Rockstar, you're probably even too young for this, but they used to have a 27-inch TV behind them, maybe.
It would pop up.
It would pop up out of the set, and MASH would come on behind them, and he and Pam Huff would throw it to MASH, and they'd turn around and look.
Oh, wow.
And then MASH would come out of the screen onto your screen.
Wow.
It was television magic.
That is innovative.
Magic.
It was. April 7th.
On Gene Lively.
Yep.
Not Gene specifically.
Right.
But in that time when I first started working at NBC 13, it was sort of a transition from the way television used to be to corporate television the way it is now. When I first started working at NBC 13, Friday nights after football, while we were editing high school football, Forrester, you'll get a kick out of this. Our news director, when we'd come back from shooting games, would have beer on ice and pizza. You'd grab a beer, cold beer can.
That's right.
A Bud Light and a slice of pizza, and you sit down in the edit bay drinking beer, eating pizza, editing highlights. That's the way it used to be. And no joke, news anchors would still have bottles of whiskey in their drawers, and between newscasts or after the 10 o'clock would have a
belt.
A belt to discuss the newscast.
Yeah.
That was
That was rough.
That was 1992.
What did you think about the largest cookie in Helena? Was that a good story or not?
More squirrels on water skis, please. April 7th, National Beer Day. That is every day up here. You can grab one. April 10th, my day, Golfer's Day.
Seems like there's a Golfer's Day every month.
As it should
When
be.
I do this, like there's some kind of golfing thing.
As it should be.
It's 3-putt Tuesday.
April 12th, I could get into this one too, Grilled Cheese Sandwich Day. Love a grilled cheese.
If Lance were here, he'd say, what's better, grilled cheese or a peanut butter and jelly?
He's asked that before, and I stand by grilled cheese.
He's asked it before. He's asked it 12 times.
Yeah, I know.
In 12 years.
April 16th, Husband Appreciation Day. All of our wives should celebrate this one.
It's a good day.
April 27th, something I'm not in on. As much as I love food.
Taxes?
No, that's the 15th. April 27th, National Prime Rib Day. Not a big prime rib guy.
No.
Me either.
No.
Really? So it's unanimous of the on-air.
Well, I don't eat steak. So.
You know what we had last night? And I told our friend Roni, He was coming out of the grocery store
while
I was going in.
Yeah, is that what
and
he
he's
calls
like,
you?
"You picking up dinner too?" And I was like, "Nope." He was making a homemade Philadelphia cheesesteaks last night, so he had a nice New York strip that he was going to thinly slice and
Rody
make
can
those.
cook.
Yeah, he can. He goes, "What are you picking up?" And I said, "I got to go to the pharmacy and pick up some yogurt. Nothing fun." Maggie's cooking a London broil. And he went, "Yo, London broil." I said, "I know." I said, "Is there a tougher piece of meat?"
Maggie loves the Brits.
I said, "Is there a tougher piece of meat than the London broil?"
Jimmy, you haven't even touched your blood pudding.
My jaws are so sore this morning from eating that London broil last night.
Oh, wow. Slow delivery there.
Yes.
My jaws are so sore from eating that London broil last night.
Yeah,
whatever you want to call it.
Rough, huh?
Yep.
So you didn't like it?
Oh, it was good.
Did you tell Maggie?
It was chewy. It was chewy.
What exactly makes a London broil?
It's that piece of meat.
No. But why did she prepare it? I'm saying.
She marinated it a lot, and then I don't know how she cooked it after that. I wasn't in the kitchen with her. I was too busy spelling out the alphabet.
Rockstar is pulling up the old London broil. I'm not going to get to all these stories, but I got a couple good ones.
You never do. And here's what I love
sidetracked.
about. I know. Here's what I love about your trash.
What?
We don't really do trash. You average about 2.4 stories a trash.
I am bad about getting sidetracked. God, that looks pretty good, Dunaway.
Yeah, and that's the way it looked last night.
Yeah,
it was a little. Ours was a little bit more rare.
Right.
Medium.
God, the pop-ups you're having to dig through, Rockstar.
Yep.
That looks pretty good.
Yours was a little more rare than that?
Oh yeah, a lot more rare than that. It's supposed to be cooked on the rare side.
Yeah.
But it's a chewy piece of meat.
Yeah.
Jaws get tired.
London broil. All right, I'm going to punt that one. I'm going to punt that one. I want to do these.
So
two.
basically, all you've done in this trash is the April holidays.
Jim, you can take it over at any time. You want to read the rest of these?
No, LT's back on Monday. The goat's back on Monday. The Godfather.
Things are getting a little tight in Mexico. So much so that the government of Mexico is going to start renting out its presidential jet for weddings and parties. Could you imagine the United States renting out Air Force One?
All right. Hey, where are you getting married? Air Force
One in the air. Wow.
Oh, wow.
That's a pretty good looking jet, too.
It is. I like that striping.
Well, yeah, it's the official.
One thing I love
national
about a jet is the exterior. Here's your, this is a good picture of the interior.
Oh, wow. That's the
Rockstar. How much is that guy getting paid to stand there? You'll do it for $1,000.
It's his birthday.
Yeah.
Roll
the cameras.
Mexican President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador. How many names does this guy have? Made an announcement that he has given up attempting to sell the presidential jet after several failed deals. However, he will instead rent it out for weddings and parties.
He's trying to sell the jet?
Yeah, he revealed that the government has been unable to sell the Boeing 787, which he considers to be excessively opulent and refuses to use. Good for him. He thinks that looks excessively opulent to him, and he's like, I'm not using it.
Is somewhere Kirk Herbstreit's going, I think
I could use that.
I could use that.
Yeah.
That wheels up things getting a little tight.
Instead, the president announced he will just make the plane available for in-flight parties. The rental fees will pay for the expense and maintenance, he says. It will be open to the public if anyone wants it because they're getting married and they want to bring their friends and family or coming-of-age parties.
Coming-of-age parties.
Yeah. That sounds like it's going to get out of control of the plane.
That's the coming-of-age bed right there, Brown.
Birthdays. Lopez claims the jet is difficult to sell since it's extremely custom built.
Yeah.
How would you describe your jet? Extremely custom built.
I'd love to have my coming of age party there then.
The plane cost $200 million. That's why they're not selling it.
Yeah.
They got it. Is it on Facebook Marketplace? They got a price to it.
Yeah.
Because it can only carry. How would they talk about it on Facebook, Rockstar? What the difference?
This plane will go for my birthday party. I had a bachelorette party and it was great. Nancy could not tip me champagne.
You got to do something about coming of age.
That is my coming of age party. The only thing that age I can't do it. I had to censor myself.
Wow, Rockstar with a filter. It only carries 80 people. It contains a full presidential suite. I think
Only
you're seeing
80.
that there. With a private bath, it is hard to sell, he says.
I hope somebody buys it.
Converting it to a standard passenger plane would be too expensive, not cost effective. All right, we'll wrap up trash with some fun facts. You ready for this?
Yes.
The first cross-country road trip taken by an automobile took 64 days. 64 days in a car.
It was a bracket challenge, too.
Horatio Jackson and his driving partner, Sewell Crocker, drove from San Francisco to New York the same year the Wright brothers made their first historic flight.
Is this your best friend? Hell no. It's my driving partner.
What about in LT's drive back to Alabama? He has to refer to his driving partner as Horatio the entire time.
I bet it'd suck for these guys, though. They do it for the first time ever. No, not just that part. Not just that part, but they do it for the first time ever. They get to New York and they're expecting a celebration. They're like, now some guys flew, so nobody's here to worship you guys.
Also, everybody left 30 days ago, man.
Oh, they were here in May.
Hey, is that Stuckey's look open to you?
We'll be there in an hour. How's the car sound?
Horatio, you want a pecan roll?
Every time it pulls in, it's got the smoke coming out of the U.S. Air Force tested ejector seats with bears.
With bears?
Where are we going?
We did not.
Where are we going?
Oh, boo-boo.
Hey, boo-boo.
Oh, boo-boo.
They needed to test the ejector seats for the B-58 Hustler.
So we put bears.
Yeah.
And we kicked the bears out.
Right. They had to account for the heaviest crewmen, so they seated bears and strapped them in.
Okay, Coach, you're going to go about Mach 2, but we believe in you.
I ain't never been nothing but a winner.
Boy, I feel like I'm drunk. Marlon Brando popularized wearing a T-shirt as an outer garment before Brando's role in a streetcar called Desire. It was commonplace to wear T-shirts only as an undergarment. I did not know that. So Marlon Brando started that.
I think that's where it began slowly, because nobody would ever wear T-shirts as an overgarment.
What's the
streetcar name Desire?
Yeah, streetcar name Desire. What sucks is they have these pictures of text that I have to literally type, and I looked at it, it's like, it is not called a streetcar name called Desire. It's named Desire.
Yeah. What's the famous line from that one?
Hold on.
It looks like he's about to sneeze.
I could have been
Stella!
I could have been a contender.
Stella! I could have been a contender. Adrian!
I almost went Judy, but that was Andy Griffith.
Yeah, the Chevy Suburban has a star on Hollywood's Walk of Fame. I mean, everybody's got one now. For its appearance in more than 2,000 films since 1960. That's hard to believe. The Suburban is the first inanimate object awarded a star on Los Angeles Historic Landmark Walk of Fame.
$60,000. Anybody can have one.
Oh. Finally, the original King Kong idea was a little rough. The screenwriter originally proposed flying to Africa, capturing an actual live gorilla, taking it to the island of Komodo, where they would force it to brawl with a giant lizard as cameras rolled.
Well, we used to do things to animals back in the day, didn't we?
Boy, we did.
That lizard would have been a Komodo dragon, and that would have been a bad fight.
You think it was going to be a little high dollar budget on that one, too?
They ain't doing nothing. They just staring at each other.
That is trash. It is presented by Mortgage Right. Listen, let that equity in your home work for you by calling Mortgage Right. Pay off debt, renovate your home, buy yourself that thing you've always wanted. MortgageRight.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
One of our TVs, I just saw Amy Schumer is still triggered by what happened during the Oscars.
Yeah, I think Chris Rock is too, man.
Why is she triggered by it?
I mean,
she's traumatized.
She didn't get slapped.
Was she even there? Oh yeah, she was hosting.
She was the
right?
hosting. Well, kind of stole my thunder if Will Smith was there, and I was hosting.
I mean, I saw 43 people complain to the FCC because they had to watch it. They saw it happen live.
Are you serious?
And they were traumatized by what they saw. I mean, how soft is our country now?
I mean, if you wanted to complain to the FCC, how would you do it? I mean, you've got to make an effort just to find out how to complain, much less be that PO'd about that.
I mean, Chris Rock can be traumatized. He got slapped, and he's going to see that forever. Yeah. Will Smith can be traumatized because she can be traumatized because of the joke. The director maybe can be traumatized because, he had this show planned and got a little heavy.
Traumatized is a bit of an overstatement here.
But past those four, Amy Schumer was backstage changing out of a Spider-Man outfit.
Yeah, well, she made a joke about it. Did I miss anything?
Yeah. I mean,
get
come
over
on.
it. Let's go now.
A man got slapped.
Yeah.
That's it.
I've seen that happen at the Floribama.
That's exactly what I was asking Barkley about it yesterday.
Oh, he threw a man through a window one time.
Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken brings you this hour of the show. Get some lunch today. Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. You cannot beat Sterling and his crew for customer service. They love you. You'll love them. Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie. And I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. register to vote, and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Denaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Back with you on the Next Round, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Blakely's Bouquets. We're keeping up with my mistakes today. If you ever make a mistake in your relationship, I want you to keep Blakely's Bouquets on speed dial. Here's the number, 205-579-4900, 579-4900. You can visit them in person right there on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. In person, full-service flower shop, Blakely's Bouquets. You can see them online at blakeleysbouquets.com, blakeleysbouquets.com. It's BLAKELYSBOUQUETS.com. Lees, Blake Lees, Blakely'sBouquets.com right there. You can order online. You get speedy same-day delivery when you need it. Unique custom designs, more than just flowers as well. They have other gifts. We love these folks right here. Beautiful arrangements, a great family-owned business, beautiful husband and wife team right there. Blakely'sBouquets.com. Check them out and go by and tell them you heard about them here on the next round as well. Love those folks right there. And we're getting ready with April. What is it, April showers bring May flowers?
That is right.
They've always got the May flowers at Blakely's Bouquet.
Look that.
What?
Like that. That was good.
Yeah.
They always.
Well, you know what they always say, too?
Always
is
in bloom.
March comes in like a lion and out like a lamb. That didn't happen. My gosh. Last week of March was awful.
Yeah, but the last day was a lamb. It was a beautiful day.
Oh, I thought I meant the last week.
Happy retirement to friend of the show, John McClain, 45 years at the Houston Chronicle. He announces his retirement.
That guy has seen more NFL than just about anybody alive, really. I mean, he has been doing it a long time.
Adam Schefter gets a multi-year deal with ESPN to continue there. He was considering a move, but 2009 is when he started at ESPN.
Did he break that news?
Mort broke it. Did you see the report of what? Because he and Wojnarowski, the Woj bomb, both got an extension yesterday. Outkick reported what they are making.
Well, what are they making?
What would you guess?
I would guess that Schefter is making only $1 million and Woj is making $1.2 million.
The Outkick report, $10 million apiece.
They're each making $10 million?
That's their report. I mean, because...
And he thought about not signing that?
Yeah, I don't know who was going to pay him more.
Are you kidding me?
I mean, I don't know how you... $10
million apiece?
That's what the report is. I don't know how you put a value on what they do. Like, do you think more people watch ESPN because of Schefter? I mean, Schefter breaks a ton of stories, and the Wojnarowski guy breaks almost everything in the NBA.
I don't see how they get money for it,
I know,
though.
that's what I'm saying. I don't know that... I think I don't pay as much attention to Woj just because I'm not a big NBA guy. I love football, so I pay a lot of attention to Schefter. I think he's phenomenally good at what he does, but how do you say, okay, I get $10 million back out of that?
No, exactly, because if he doesn't report it at 11 o'clock, Ian Rappaport either is going to have it before him or after him by 11:40.
And you know what ESPN's going to do at that point? They're just going to take it and make it their own story and get their own analyst on talking about it on whichever program they got on at that time, whether it's Stephen A. or or whoever.
Do you ever see any Adam Schefter report on ESPN that the breaking news is from Adam Schefter while you're watching ESPN? It's always on damn Twitter.
No, you're right. It's on Twitter first. Yeah. There was that one time, I can't remember what all happened, but there was that one game we were watching where like four major things broke during that game. And it was like they were all Schefter related.
Well, I mean, he's unbelievable at what he does. Unbelievable at what he does. I mean, he has contacts with every owner, every coach, every front office players. And Woj is the same way with the NBA. But if they don't break it at 11, somebody's going to have it broke by 1 o'clock.
That's right.
Or guess what? They're going to release it at some point today.
And and boy, Schefter's glad we're not his agent, because let's say you get an alert on your phone, Tom Brady has been traded, and that's all it says. What is your first reaction? You're at home. What are you going to do? You're going to take the remote and you're going to do what? Let's see what ESPN's got.
Yeah. Actually, I'm just going to go to my phone real quick. I'm going to go to Twitter and see what they're saying.
But my point is, if you turned on the TV, what would you do? You wouldn't turn on the TV and go anywhere but ESPN, right?
I may go NFL Network with an NFL story.
Maybe.
I mean, I think Rappaport does a good job. Daniel Jeremiah is tremendous.
He's fantastic. Yeah. But my point is, ESPN's on 24. They've always got some sort of live show on, so you would go say, let's see what they're saying. Is Stephen A. screaming about it or not?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm glad. I'm all for people making money. $10 million a year? Or was it a $10 million contract over like $2 million a year?
You're going to force me to find the story now, aren't you?
Yeah, jeez. I mean, that surprises me.
I'm going to feel bad if it's $10 million overall. I thought it said $10 million a year.
Now, if it's $10 million over 5 and it's $2 million, that's a little higher than I was going to pay them. But if you're telling me that Adam Schefter is making the same amount of money that they're going to pay Sean McVay to coach the world champions, then I say we're a little out of whack on what we're trying to do here.
Yeah. According to Outkick, sources tell Outkick, ESPN will pay Adam Schefter and Adrian Wojnarowski $10 million a year each.
That is bull crap. There's no way.
Woo! Hey, will you get Clay on the phone and let Dunaway know they got a story wrong?
I'm just telling you. I mean, I'm going to pay a guy to report about the news in the NFL more than the guy who won the Super Bowl as the coach?
He's got to cover all 32 teams. Arians only had to worry about one.
Come on.
He's really good at what he does.
And I
obviously.
guarantee you right now, Jay Glazer has punched a wall somewhere. His anger is out of whack right now. He is crushing a Subway sandwich right now somewhere.
Hey, is it big that the United States is in the group of England, Group B?
Oh, that draw is happening. We get England? Oh, we'll update that coming up on the other side. They're usually pretty good.
Yeah.
They're usually pretty good.
This is it. This is the game.
No, but that's a game you want to see.
This is the game that's going to put United States soccer over the hump.
That's the one you want to see.
I've heard that one.
Beating Harry Kane.
That's the one you want to see is USA versus England. Hey, listen, I'm a Tottenham fan. If Harry Kane, he's not his old self. That England team may be a little old.
Hey,
maybe a good time to get them, boys.
We got him back in 1776. We'll get him again.
That's right.
Yeah,
Rematch.
We were supposed to do 3 spots in this segment. Now we're late and we got to squeeze
one
in.
I'll do one real quick.
Our friends at Bromberg's can get you the gift right now. If you're getting excited about the World Cup and want to give somebody a diamond, where do you go?
Maybe I bought you a diamond. Is it our anniversary? No, I'm excited about the World
If Adam Schefter needs somewhere else to spend that $10 million, Bromberg's is a good place to start.
Family owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's has established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds and jewelry timepieces and gifts. Bromberg's has an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Visit them at Mountain Brook or the Summit and brombergs.com.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES-1 or online at callwaynes.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride. Whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Now listen, we're not a soccer show, but we're going to get excited about Team USA soccer in just a second. And then Brown's telling me I can't even watch the USA-England game.
You're not going to.
Okay, part of our show is being brought to you by the great folks at Storm Restoration Roofing. That is Greg from Pell City. And Greg Nelson can help you with your roof right now. He's one of the more respected roofing contractors in America. I've talked with Greg many, many times about what he likes to do for you folks out there. That includes a free no-cost inspection. He thinks that the best way of helping you is giving you a free no-cost inspection so you can just find out the state of your roof. And Greg will get up there and he'll inspect your roof and let you know, hey, your roof's fine. Maybe you need a little work done on some water seepage areas. He can take care of that as well. Maybe you need half a roof, whole roof. He works with your insurance companies. He just walks you through the process. He knows what he's doing. And the best part of it is he's trustworthy. So he's not going to rob you, not going to steal money from you, not going to take money from you just because he can. He's going to take care of you and work with your insurance companies. That's how you get an A-plus rating with a Better Business Bureau. And he's local. He and his wife are good people, and they own this company. It's been locally owned for 20 years. So he's going to do great business with you, and he's going to earn your trust so you'll come back and do work with him in the future. So to get that free no-cost inspection, 2 ways to do it. You can call him up on his cell phone, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. If you ever need that number, hit Rockstar up and we'll pass it along to you. Or you can look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Storm Restoration Roofing. Great person there. Why can't I watch England and the USA in the World Cup?
Oh, you can, but you won't because there'll be college football that day. How are we drawing for this thing right now? And they're not playing it until November.
It's the thing where they've had it's the thing about Qatar, the weather and everything, where it has to be specially designed for this year to be in Qatar.
My gosh, usually we play in the summer. We're having to play in the fall so we can play at night and it'd still be 107.
When you guys were talking about this draw for the United States, I thought they were playing this thing in a couple of weeks. This thing is not until November?
Yeah, it's April Madness, Brown. Come on.
Dunaway's not going to watch it, and a lot of people will not because it's going to be on Black Friday. There's going to be college football going head-to-head with it.
No, but this is going to be halfway around the world. These games are going to be going on like at midnight, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. Am I wrong about that?
I wish we had college football then.
It is 8:05 p.m. in Qatar right now.
Yeah.
So it'll be going on right now, head-to-head with football.
If it's a prime time game, if it's a day game.
U.S.-England, they're not going to put that in prime time? They're not going to send the Herb Street and Fowler to that one?
No, we'll be the big we'll be
the
going
to be the big new kick.
You know who's going to be there? The next round.
Yeah. You don't know we won't.
I bet we could convince Lance.
That's Iron Bowl weekend, so no. But how do you know that the Clap Monkey's not going to be doing this game? The 3 Daves?
Hey, could Gus get excited about a soccer game?
Pass! Oh! Oh, pass! Oh, down he goes.
So
He
the
is hurt.
United States and England play in Group B Friday, November 25th. November 25th. That is Black Friday, day after the Iron Bowl. Or day before the Iron Bowl, excuse me. They don't play on Thanksgiving anymore, Ryan. Day before the Iron Bowl, U.S. versus England.
Who else is in that group?
I don't see anybody right now. Somebody's telling me Iran got drafted in, which would be that'd be good for the U.S., right? They can't be very good at soccer. Going stereotypes there. I have no earthly idea.
I don't know. They have not been revealed. All I'm seeing is England and
Well,
U.S.
so I'm just saying somebody on the theme.
Oh, it's still
right
ongoing as we speak. Group C is shaping up to be tough as trip.
It's on live somewhere. Where's it on live? I'll turn it on if you'll tell me.
Well, no, it's almost over.
Okay.
I mean, it's soccer, Brown. I mean, the USA has been drawn. We've talked about it. We joked. Now we moved on.
Time to move?
Time to move on. Let's see. Let's get some conversation going about the Final Four first. Rockstar, let's pull up some sound. Let's go cut for Coach K. This is awkward for Coach K because his next game can be his last game, but he hopes Monday night's his last game, and he'd love to go out with the dub, right? But Coach K says, listen, he didn't announce his final season was going to be this year to put any pressure on his guys or to write some storybook ending. It's just ending up that way. Here's Coach K on being at the Final Four in his final year.
Have you caught yourself thinking about what if you win two more, cut down the nets, and the storybook ending that could be?
Yeah, I haven't, Jeff, I have not tried to do that because then I think you leave a hole somewhere in your preparation for the game on Saturday. I think you have to be all in on Saturday and then accept the consequences of it. And hopefully they're good for us. But I think if in approaching it that way, whatever happens, then I'll feel good about it. And it's like that bracket. It's like, not doing it that way. And, I didn't do this season to have a storybook. I did it because I wanted to coach one more year, and I wanted to have a good succession plan for our program.
I read, I believe it was Matt Norlander, CBS Sports this morning, and his article was about how much film that Mike Krzyzewski still watches and how he talked to a bunch of guys that were assistants with him and were like, this guy is a film junkie. And Shire and Mike Bray and all those guys were like, I just can't believe. So Matt Norlander did the math based on what those people said, and he determined that if you take all the consecutive hours that Mike Krzyzewski has watched film in preparation for a game.
Can I guess?
Yeah, he did a number of days, like consecutive hours.
Okay, so and he's going by his whole career?
Whole career.
So how much of his life he has spent watching film?
That's right. He's 70 years old?
And how long has he coached? Give me how long has he coached?
40 years.
40 years?
His first year at Duke was in the early 80s.
I bet it's going to, if you put it all there, it's going to be at least a year of his life.
333 days is what they estimated.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
So he spent a whole year of his life watching tape.
Just watching film, based on those estimates. Because each of the assistants said, okay, so right after the game he'll do this, and then the next day he does this. And
you figure Nick Saban's the same way, right?
Probably so. I figure most coaches are the same way.
Yeah.
Those coaches, that's the one thing I would hate is just...
Garrett McGee, you think Garrett McGee is
I don't know if Garrett McGee was that way. The coaches just, they grind over that stuff. And, it's just what they do. It's what they're used to.
Mike Leach, you think Mike Leach spent a year of his life watching film?
I think Mike Leach would probably surprise you how much he's watched. Like, he gets the... he gets the label of the guy that just, shows up late at work, leaves early, comes to the game with, a few plays written and just calls those plays and they're going to work against anybody. I wouldn't underestimate how much preparation Mike Leach does. I think it's easy to characterize him and stereotype him as the guy that does very little.
You think Lane Kiffin watches by himself or usually has a mate?
I don't think I'm going to answer that one.
Driving partner?
Driving partner, if you will.
Listen,
I
guarantee you Lane watches a lot, though.
One
of my favorite...
I know some people will look at that number, Brown, and say that's sad that you spent a whole year of your life watching tape.
That year gave you a lot.
Yeah, but if you're passionate about your work, I don't think the fact that you spent time working should be something that is sad. because there is some joy that comes from work, I think, for some people. There is some joy. I mean, there's been joy for Coach K into doing that. For Nick Saban, there is some habits, but also some joy in the fact that they have that he's had the success and been able to provide for his family and his kids and his kids' kids and so many other kids with Nick's kids by those years in the film.
All the kids.
I mean,
he's
generation. I mean, you pay a debt, right? I mean, you pay it forward.
I have always, I've always tried to keep balance. It's not like we bust blocks for a living, right? We don't have to do on the reg the 12 to 14 hour days. We've got it made. Okay. So I am a bad example to even discuss this because we've absolutely got it made. But I have tried to find a way to balance. I mean, there are things I've said no to or given up on because I want to spend more time with my family. And
but don't devalue the people
I'm not at all, but it's not for everybody.
That have committed their life to excellence. And there's a group of people out there like Coach K.
See, you just devalued it, though, because you're saying people like me can't be excellent.
No, I didn't say that. I said they've committed their lives to excellence.
Right.
I'm not saying you have not committed yours to excellence.
Well, but your insinuation
you could be excellent. It takes people different times and different practice and such. Like Tiger Woods probably spent a certain number of time on a driving range. Jack Nicklaus spent a certain number of time on a driving range, and they probably don't look anything alike. And they accomplish virtually the same things in their career.
Yeah, but those two guys are the best to ever do it.
Right.
And they
approached it totally different, I guarantee you.
They probably did. And they're not even notorious for being the guys that are on the range the most.
Yeah.
The guys that are on the range the most, like Vijay Singh, notoriously is that guy.
Yeah.
And he's Rockstar's favorite golfer, and he's won a few things, but he hasn't been Tiger or Jack.
People read
That's right.
People read at different speeds, so it takes some people longer to do things a certain way. People, you can bake a cake different ways, right? Some people bake cake a certain way, other ways. So it's different.
I do feel like sometimes, though, those people look down on people like me. I really do. I feel like they look down. I don't care one way or the other. But I feel like they look down on people that say, you know what, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. But that's not why
I know, but
I brought up this discussion was to debate whether you do it right or not.
I don't know that I would succeed. I'm not cut out for coaching. I can't do that.
Right.
I could not devote an hour a day, much less 4 hours a day, to just watching film. I can't comprehend how those guys are driven.
But could you do it? Could you do what Vijay Singh does?
Yeah, I've done that. I just stand on a driving range, hit balls all day. Yeah.
But could you do that
every day
for a life?
Probably not.
For a life.
Not,
a commitment in life to be excellent at that.
No. I mean, and the grass always looks greener, right? Like the old saying is, if the grass looks greener on the other side of the fence, it just means they got a bad septic tank. And the grass always looks greener. Like people look at a PGA Tour life for a golfer like me, and they're like, I'd give anything for that life. And those guys, they get out there, and there's crap they don't like about it. It's going to a job for them, too. They love the game, but you tell me Kevin Kisner doesn't feel like he's going to work sometimes when he's out there playing?
Yeah,
I just used a random PGA Tour player.
Absolutely.
Tiger Woods felt like it. So I'm just not cut out to be that guy. That not the PGA Tour guy, obviously I'm not, but a coach, that just doesn't appeal to me. I do laugh when people talk about the grind. They're doing the grind. I laugh at that. If you're talking about doing the grind, you're not really doing the grind.
Well, it was one of the first questions. I visited a new doctor yesterday, and the first question was, hey, can I just ask you, back when you were doing jocks and anchoring the news at 10 o'clock, how long were your work days? I said, they were about 14 hours.
Well, they were. You worked your tail off.
And he was like, wow. And I said, but it was 14 hours of me sitting behind a microphone or wearing makeup and sitting on a news set. I didn't really work 14 hours. I mean, I had a lot of fun doing it.
Right.
But I missed some things. I was talking to Forrester earlier today about things I missed along the way, but I've also provided things that we wouldn't have had in my household had I not put in those 14 hours. So Coach K, just to bring this full circle, he has spent 333 days of his life of 24 hours a day.
24 straight hours.
24 straight hours
film.
for a whole year watching tape in his coaching career, and that's a year he'll not get back. But that year of work in that film room has provided not only for his family.
No, there's no doubt.
But for the Christian Leitners and the Bobby Hurleys and the Grant Hills of the world.
No. A lot of people have benefited from it.
That's
There's no doubt. A lot of people have benefited from his hard work. And I'm sure he can appreciate that, too. I'm sure he can look at it and see those guys whose lives are different. It's just, it shows you, though, how different those guys are cut. And there are probably people watching us or listening to us that would love that because they enjoy that type of workload. I don't. I've tried to avoid manual labor my whole life. I promise you. I'm not cut out for that.
Yeah.
But I'm not trying to coach a college football team or basketball team either.
I think you could go ask, just more recently, you can go ask Jamison Williams, right, who came from Ohio State to Alabama, if he appreciates the time that Nick Saban has spent in the film room or working away from his family, what that's going to do for Jamison now, because he's been talking about what a difference the 1 year at Alabama has made in his life, and he's about to be a first-round draft
Which
pick.
is interesting because he doesn't spend any more time watching film than Ryan Day does. It's crazy. It just happened to work out for Jamison Williams more at Alabama. And if he'd have stayed at Ohio State, that guy's too good. If he'd have stayed at Ohio State, he'd have had a big career. But you're right. I mean, those guys, that preparation has made them a lot of money. Mike Krzyzewski is a rich man because of that hard work. But it has benefited so many more beyond him and just his immediate family, too.
Shoot-arounds going on right now down at the Superdome in New Orleans, where they're getting ready for Villanova, Kansas tomorrow at 5 o'clock, 5:09 on TBS, and then that North Carolina and Duke game. It could be the final game for Coach K, or he could really have the Cinderella run all the way to the national championship game on Monday. Everybody will be watching that one tomorrow night. Everybody always has a chance to better themselves at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a place for your son or daughter to call home during their time in college, remember the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. 75 majors in that list, is growing. 21 NCAA Division II scholarship sports, fully funded. And you get the opportunity right there to get those scholarships in athletics, continue your athletic career, play in a great level of Division II NCAA sports at great facilities. New buildings going up, business department, theater department, broadcasting school there at Montevallo. See everything they offer, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. When we come back, we'll continue our conversation about college football. We've got the NFL win totals for you. I've got a 3 and out, all that straight ahead right here on the next round. That's also being brought to you in part today by our friends at New Life. A couple of more T-shirt ideas came in. Some retro T-shirt ideas came in this morning. I loved them. Yeah,
some throwbacks to when maybe we were wearing T-shirts every day. Listen, you can also, well, that's true, Jim. You do have a T-shirt on. You can also go to newlifeart.com, see Crimson Connection, Daniel Moore's latest painting. It depicts that touchdown pass from Bryce Young, the Heisman Trophy winner, to John Mechie in the end zone against Georgia. CC10. CC10 is the code you can use right now at newlifeart.com to get 10% off Crimson Connection when you pre-order. newlifeart.com, the latest work by Daniel A. Moore, Crimson Connection. Use that code CC10, but hurry, it all ends on Sunday.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Okay, Birmingham, the USFL is here. Are you ready to become the pro football capital of America? Because on Saturday, April 16th, the only place to be is at Protective Stadium for this once-in-a-lifetime game. When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Jersey Generals. Tickets are just $10 and kids get in free. Come watch history in the making. What a game! Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
March has arrived and you want to watch all the games. So make sure the only thing upset is your bracket. Call Blakely's Bouquets today. Order a beautiful arrangement for your girl so you can watch the game without the guilt. My friends at Blakely's Bouquets have unique and custom designs, and they give you speedy same-day delivery. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com or over the phone, 205-579-4900, or stop by in person right on Oxmoor Road in Homewood. Avoid the upsets at Blakely's Bouquets.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Brown is painting a picture that I will see 0 World Cup soccer games.
You're not. I mean, first of all, U.S.-England is going to play on the day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday, where we got tons of college football. If they win their group, or if they finish second in their group, second in Group B, they play championship Saturday. Now, the good news for you, Dunaway, is they play at 9 a.m. Central. How long is the game? 2 hours?
2 hours on the nose.
That gets you right up to championship games.
Yeah,
so that's actually pretty good.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
But in the event the United States wins their group, Rockstar, which you know is very likely, Group B.
Not okay.
They play on an NFL Sunday, December 4th, at 1 Central.
Yeah, but it's late in the year. I'll watch that over the early games.
Okay.
I'll watch that over the early games.
I will if they win the championship, I'll watch it.
That's right. I mean, we'll be in the World Cup contention at that point. And they'll have it on inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium, counting down to the SEC kickoff of the championship, 9 to 11. I mean, nobody's in the stadium. The $1 Million Band will be down there practicing, and I'll be up there going, I believe that we will win.
God, I hate that cheer. I hate that cheer. Such a
You just
stupid
hate
cheer.
soccer.
No, I hate that cheer, and it has infiltrated football now. And it's a dumb cheer anyway.
Why? That you believe you're going to win?
No, it sounds like you're trying to convince yourself of it.
Lance is trying to convince you that he's going to win the lock tonight.
Good segue.
A lot of stuff going on. And then, of course, the plays on Saturday that he's guaranteeing for you at lanceslock.com. The lock's always brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and his team run a business that your neighbors have trusted for a long time for a variety of reasons. One, you can trust them to fix it right, fix it the first time, and do it at a fair price. Man, can't beat that. It's Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, our friends at Hemp Hill Services. You had something you were about to say?
Well, I was just going to say, I got to give a great report on them. I had a little issue with my one of the pumps on my one of my AC units. In and out. My wife said you didn't even know they were there. Did fantastic work. Got it back working like it's supposed to in less than an hour. So we do commercials. We use them as well, and Hemp Hill's fantastic.
Producing on the fly. Do we want to do 3 and Out now, Forrest, or do you have the fourth one? Or you want to wait next segment? I'm good. Okay, next segment. Let's do next segment.
All right.
He says he's got.
Oh, he's good now. Okay, well, let's do our 3 and Out.
Twice.
Well, I mean, head bobs back there. If only we had a microphone hookup back on Forrest.
Working on it.
Yeah.
I know. I'll start doing thumbs up.
Okay, so here we go. We're going to do 3 and Out. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, 4 great locations for Vulcan Tire and Automotives, just like the 4 questions we're about to ask you right now. But it's not just the brake pads, which they've done for me, the rotors, the tires, all those things that they've done for me at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. It is bumper to bumper. 4 great locations. You can see them all. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
All right, wanted Lunsford in here for this, but we'll go just us. Chime in if you'd like to, Rockstar. Todd Bowles, Mike McDaniel, 2 new coaches now in Tampa and Miami. The old bet you and I have had a long time. More wins next season, Bowles or McDaniels? I mean, you can't say that there's an advantage one way or the other.
No, there is an advantage. The divisions are the advantage. I mean, Miami has got to play 6 games against 4 of those games against the Patriots and the Bills, who are really good. In your division, you get to play against the Saints, who are kind of hitting a reset, the Panthers, who still do not have a quarterback, and the Falcons, who don't have much of anything. So there's a huge advantage to the division.
But you've got the Jets.
That's one team. You've got the 3 others. I would trade divisions with you in a heartbeat.
In a heartbeat.
Would you rather be, you tell me, would you rather Tampa be in the AFC East or the NFC South? And tell me with a straight face.
I'm pretty happy where we are.
Yeah, of course you are. So for that reason, as much as I love Mike McDaniel and I love what Miami has done, I will go Todd Bowles.
You'll go Todd Bowles.
And Tom Brady helps.
With Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
By the way, the win projections for the Buccaneers, 11.5. 11.5. Win projections for the Dolphins.
Oh, it's 8.5. I've already seen it.
Is 8.5.
Yeah. So, I mean, that tells you all you need to know. A lot of that's division, though. There's no doubt.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that one. Rockstar, just so we don't leave you out. Lions.
I concur. Oh,
Lions win total, 6.
That's
over
pretty good.
Under 6.
It's growing.
It's growing.
Yeah, it does not get you the first pick.
That's a good losing season.
Yeah.
Second down.
Kirby Smart said yesterday Eric Gilbert's moving back to tight end. Obviously, he'll be behind Brock Bowers. If I said at the end of the year, more receiving yards, Eric Gilbert of Georgia, Jaleel Billingsley of Texas.
I get the feeling the change of location, different coaching approach by Sark is going to unlock something for Billingsley that, for whatever reason, he couldn't get unlocked in Tuscaloosa. The thing I don't like about Eric Gilbert is how much he's going to be behind what might be the best tight end in the nation in Brock Bowers. So I'll go Jaleel Billingsley for that one. It is a good question, though, but I'll go Jaleel Billingsley.
I mean, if you're opposite of Brock Bowers, I mean, I don't forget who the guy was last year, but he had a couple of big catches against Alabama, didn't he? The off guy from Brock Bowers? Seemed like he caught a touchdown pass in one of those games, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
The other tight end.
Yeah, the other tight end.
Yeah, maybe 2.
Yeah, but Billingsley should be, if he can get his head screwed on right, starting for Texas.
And a frequent target.
A frequent target and a good, I think Texas will have to have a good offense. So maybe a more pass-happy offense than what you would see out of Georgia. So I'll go Jaleel Billingsley, though it is a question mark.
I agree with both of you, with you on both the first 2. Let's do third down.
Third down.
Obviously, Duke and North Carolina play each other tomorrow. Kansas and Villanova play each other tomorrow. If you were given the power to decide the national championship game, who do you want to see playing Monday night? Your perfect matchup, Ryan Brown. Not who you think, but perfect matchup.
I would go North Carolina, Kansas.
You'd want to see North Carolina, Kansas.
Yeah, I've always, in the Duke, North Carolina, I've always hedged towards Carolina Blue. Don't have a deep affinity for either one, but hedge towards Carolina Blue. I'm a little bit tired of all the Coach K talk. I'd like to go ahead and get that over with. I think it's a little too Disney storybook for him to win it all. And then the aspect of just the pure lack of comfort, the pure awkward nature of NCAA President Mark Emmert having to hand a national championship trophy to Bill Self would be fantastic. So to have those 2 things converge, I will go North Carolina, Kansas.
By the way, the betting odds are out if we have a matchup. If it is Kansas and North Carolina, Kansas would be a 5-point favorite in that game. That's the biggest of the odds. If it's Duke and Villanova, it would be 3.5, with Duke as the favorite. If it's Villanova, North Carolina, Villanova would actually be a 1.5-point favorite over
Really?
North Carolina. And if it's Kansas and Duke, a virtual pick 'em, but Kansas a 1-point favorite. That from our friends at Bet Online.
You know, I did pick Villanova to win it all, so I should be pulling for them. But now that the bracket challenge is over and I'm not having to travel, I honestly do not care.
Yeah, it's over with. All right, that's third. Let's do a final down. It's going to be sort of like Jeopardy. We've got a video final down here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They have double?
Fourth down in this video daily double. The Savannah Bananas are a minor league baseball, independent baseball team. This is 75-year-old Bill Lee.
The spaceman?
The spaceman, all-star pitcher for the Boston Red Sox with a beer in his hand coming out of the stands to pitch for the Bananas, stretching it out on the hill, beer in hand. Still, I mean, 75, that's still a good high kick.
That's really good for 75.
Now, he's going to get on the hill, take a few warm-ups, and he's going to pitch in an inning. It's an independent league now. He actually strikes out a guy in this independent league. But look at him at 75 still bringing. The question is, could you get a hit off of 75-year-old Bill Lee?
I mean, do you see how slow that pitch is coming? Yes. I think the problem is, first of all, is this guy batting in a tank top?
Yeah, sleeveless.
Sleeveless?
Yep.
I think he's just goofing around. And secondly, he just swap sides of the plate. So I don't know that this is even anybody being serious.
And it looked like he struck out, by the way.
Yeah, I would agree.
He's throwing him the ephus pitch.
He is throwing him the ephus pitch. I think part of the problem is these guys see such fast pitching that ephus pitch is just hard. It's hard to wait on. I'm not used to the fast pitching. I think I could hit the ephus pitch.
75 years old, and he struck out a guy in an independent baseball game.
What is going on at this game? You got a guy that's dressed like Dumb and Dumber?
Yep. And as you can tell, they were in Montgomery as
well.
They're
playing the Biscuits?
Yeah, they did. They go on a tour, the Savannah Bananas Independent League. In fact, they're closing Henry Aaron Stadium down in Mobile. They don't have a team anymore. It became the Trash Pandas. And they're talking about possibly tearing down the Hank Aaron Stadium down in Mobile because they don't have a tenant and the city's given up rights to it and everything.
So, first of all, this team draws pretty well in Savannah. So they're just a sideshow. This is like the king in his court, basically?
Well, they're an independent team. They're in an independent league, but they've also now got where they tour around the country, played a couple of games in Mobile, a couple of games in Montgomery.
I go watch this. It looks fun.
Yeah, and they
do
a lot of weird stuff. That guy's on stilts.
Well,
He's not really that tall.
Yes, I'm aware of that, Jim.
They've got one guy who can do the splits, and he bats. He goes into the splits between every pitch and makes his strike zone very short.
Yeah. I think if I lived in Savannah, I'd go watch that. That looks like a good time right there.
Yeah. And that's what they do. They try to make baseball fun.
Well, good for
opening
them.
day of baseball coming up Thursday night. Brooke calls them the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball.
Well, that's kind of what I was looking for. I referenced the king in his court. I don't know if you remember that. That was 3 guys that played softball, right?
3 or 4 guys, and they'd cover the whole field.
Yeah, one guy would pitch, and he'd back up to second. I mean, and apparently you could barely even touch his pitches.
Yeah, he was one of the best pitchers of all time. That's our 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire.
4 great locations, bumper to bumper. I've trusted them. You can as well. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Let's say you're a 75-year-old guy who goes out and pitches in an independent baseball league, strikes somebody out, but you get hurt. You need our friends at Precision Sports to get back in the game. You've seen our friends at Precision on the big screen behind me throughout the week here. You'll see their logo, and they keep you in the game, whatever your game is.
Yeah, he would be on the geriatric side, right? From geriatrics to pediatrics.
Yes.
They help. They've got 9 great locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. That includes the new Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates in Jasper. Your health cannot wait, so call 855-219-6200. Or visit PrecisionSportsOrtho.com.
On the win totals from Caesar Sportsbook, we're all Caesars. The Bills 11.5 in the AFC East. Dolphins, Patriots, both 8.5. So the Bills picked to win your division.
I think I would probably take. Well, I feel like I want to take the under on the Bills and the over on the Patriots. That's a pretty good Dolphins number, though.
AFC North, nothing like it when it comes to closeness. 9.5 wins over under for the Ravens, the Bengals, and the Browns. All 9.5, and the Steelers not far behind at 7.5.
Well, I was about to say the news is the Steelers aren't there. That's where they would normally find themselves. I think I would take the Ravens over the Browns. I just don't know about Deshaun Watson. If I knew how many games he could play, I would definitely take the over if it was the whole season.
AFC South, a tight race as well there. Colts and Titans at 9.5. Big drop off to the Jaguars and the Texans. Talk about a weak division. having the Jags and the Texans in there make
the
that
same division.
little easy.
The Titans were the 1 seed, the overall 1, and there are 9.5 over/under, so they don't have a whole lot of faith in them backing that up, do they?
Boy, I'm looking at these for the first time, and the AFC West, which we know improves so much in the offseason.
But that makes it tougher.
10.5, 10, and 10 for the Chiefs, Chargers, and Broncos, and the Raiders are 8.5.
But it feels like the Chiefs have been 11.5, somewhere north of 10.5 for quite a while now. So that shows you how tough they think that division's going to be.
So between 9.5 and 11.5, you have the Bills, Ravens, Bengals, Browns, Colts, Titans, Chiefs, Chargers, and Broncos, all basically within a game and a half of each other in their over-under projections. How tight is that race going to be?
So basically what they're saying is they think right now those are the teams you're looking for competing for the overall number 1.
Cowboys are the favorite in the NFC East at 10.5, then a drop to the Eagles at 9, Commanders and Giants chasing. NFC North, still going Packers with 11 wins. Vikings over-under at 9, Bears and Lions at 6.5 and 6. NFC South, biggest gap between first and second.
Tampa, what'd you say Tampa was? 10.5?
11.5, the same as the Bills.
And I would guess second, they've got the Saints at 7.5.
7.5, Panthers at 6, Falcons at 5.5. If the Bucs don't win their division.
I mean, you were pretending to argue with me that you'd rather maybe be in the AFC East? Give me a break. Look at the road you've got.
The Rams and the 49ers, 10.5 and 10. The totals to bet at the Caesars Sportsbook, subject to change, they say, before you get to the season. Draft upcoming.
I think some Deshaun Watson news would change at least one of those.
Yeah, it would change some of that. All right, we continue on the conversation. When we come back, we'll jump back into the college football world. Mike Leach may be at a crossroad in Starkville, what we're talking about there. And don't forget our friends with the Talladega Super Speedway. Want to remind you, the crossroad to fun and speed is always the high banks at Talladega.
And it'll be your first chance to see that next-gen car on those high banks. The Geico 500 Sunday, April 24th is the green flag at 2 o'clock. You can see more about that garage experience that is fantastic. And buy tickets at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. That's TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19, and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at TimberlineGC.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hey, Lance Taylor here from the Next Round for our friends at the New Balance Birmingham store. Today, here are some tips on how to stay healthy during the cold months of winter. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fit on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. The New Balance in-store fit specialist will match you with the perfect New Balance shoe for the perfect fit. Visit the New Balance store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today. That's from our friends at the New Balance store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today, or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
If you missed my NCAA tournament package, we're at lanceslock.com. We are guaranteeing a winning tournament. Don't worry, because we still have our guaranteed full refundable day of packages available. Stay tuned to Lance's Lock on Twitter or check in each day of the tournament at lanceslock.com for information on how you can get that day's plays. We either win for you or you get your money back guaranteed. Win with us for the NCAA tournament at lanceslock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed this NCAA tournament, lanceslock.com.
Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey, it's Rockstar for Way to Wellness, and I'm here with my coworker and friend Reed Taylor. And I just wanted to ask Reed, how much weight have you lost during this weight loss program?
15 pounds.
Whoa. So that's why you've been wearing skinny jeans lately, huh? I read you. At Way to Wellness, Leslie and her team have taught us how to go about reaching our goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold us accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. You did so good.
Back with you on TNR today on this Friday. Don't forget to stop by the EAW, Exclusive Auto Wholesale, on Highway 31, Pelham Parkway. And don't forget to go to nextroundlive.com and check out the EAW Bracket Challenge that is ongoing, especially after Saturday's game, to see where you are, see if you have a chance to make it into the top 10 and grab a prize on Monday night when the tournament's all over. Part of the show today has been brought to you in part by our friends at Mortgage Right.
MortgageRight.com/TNR is where you go. MortgageRight.com/TNR. Whatever you need that money for that is in the equity in your home, Mortgage Right can access it for you. They make it so easy. You just need to go to MortgageRight.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. LeBron James, the Lakers are technically out of the playoffs right now.
Are they?
LeBron James has tweeted, "I'm out for the season officially. See y'all in the fall."
So they're technically, right now they're on the outside looking in with a week and a weekend left to play.
Yeah. Keep in mind where the calendar is.
Oh, it's April 1st.
Such a stupid joke.
God, if that's true, I mean, stop joking around and go focus on winning a basketball game and getting one of the greatest franchises of all time into a playoff that basically includes everybody.
51 million Twitter followers have read that today. How many of them realize that it's a stupid April Fool's joke? I don't know. But the 31-45 Lakers technically are tied with the Spurs. I guess the Spurs have got the tiebreak on them, so they would be in the tournament for the final spots there, and the Lakers on the outside looking in. But LeBron today pulling a Rockstar funny April Fool's joke from LeBron.
That is, it's hilarious. Yeah, it's fun.
So stupid.
Just go wah, wah.
It's like morning radio in Topeka, Kansas.
If you get a chance, jump off on campus down in Tuscaloosa today and tonight to watch Alabama baseball, or tomorrow with Alabama softball. Alabama softball tomorrow doing a Saturday, Sunday, Monday series with number 15 Georgia, number 4 Alabama, 3:30 tomorrow, national TV on ESPN2 before you watch the Final Four. Alabama 6 o'clock tonight against Texas A&M. Auburn playing again tonight in Baton Rouge after beating number 12 LSU in baseball last night, 6-5. Carson Skipper and Blake Burkhalter closing out the win. Big win for the Tigers last night. Auburn softball at home tonight, 6 o'clock, number 7 Florida and number 17 Auburn. UAB softball on the road. I can't find TV for this.
What?
UAB at number 1 Oklahoma tonight, 6:30. Oklahoma's 30-0. It'd be great if UAB could beat them in softball.
Sooner Vision. Is it that what? Tim Brando the other day randomly mentioned Tiger Vision.
It was the old pay-per-view back in the day.
The old pay-per-view. And I remember being a kid and a teenager even, and there were significant games that were on Tiger Vision. It was conference games sometimes. Not all the conference games are on TV.
Well, I was about to tell you this as you were wrapping the story up. One of the things I do in the off season, especially once we're done with the Final Four here, all the way until we kick it off again, I'll go back on YouTube and watch old television broadcasts. And if it's got the commercials in it, better. I will tell you that nationally ranked USC on the road in Tiger Stadium against nationally ranked LSU.
And this is what year?
Would have been the 80s.
Okay. Mid to late 80s?
Tiger Vision.
I mean, I'd say top 10 matchup.
Yeah, it was top 20.
Top 20 matchup would be primetime ABC or primetime, CBS game.
No way it wasn't on television nowadays.
It's on Tiger Vision, right?
It was pay-per-view on Tiger Vision and being broadcast. I think the one I watch on YouTube was broadcast from the Southern California station that was carrying it back there. It was that broadcast. It was going back to Los Angeles.
Because I remember being a kid, like they would show highlights of LSU. You didn't see the game. They would show highlights and it was on Tiger Vision. I'm like, man, that's awesome. They got Tiger Vision.
Yeah, and as they say in the chat room, JM Dog says CSSE here in Alabama they do all the Auburn and Alabama games, right?
Yeah, I did some of those, in fact. Actually, I worked for College Sports Southeast, I believe is what that stood for. And their logo was a ripoff of the ESPN logo. In fact, they even got sued for it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I actually worked for them. I did some games for them back in the day. They would do the replay, but a lot of times that was your only chance to see it. I mean, thank God we live in a generation now where every game is on TV, but that is something our generation, the generation of today, will never understand, is how you could not watch any college football game you wanted to watch. Even good ones like you're talking about, USC, LSU. I mean, that's a great matchup.
Was there something good about not every game being on TV?
Well, there was this. What I would find is this theater of the mind where you would envision it looking one way, and then you saw the highlights, and because what it forced was the Eli Golds and Jim Fifes and John Forneys of the world to paint this picture.
Right.
And you would picture it in your mind. I can remember.
I've got 3 examples.
Okay, go.
Give me yours first.
Well, I can't think of a specific one.
I got 3 right here.
Go.
Okay. One of them, it was John Forney, Alabama in Baton Rouge against LSU. And he and Doug Layton were talking about how loud it is at Tiger Stadium. And it was something to do with a bass drum. You could have a bass drum next to my head right now, banging the bass drum, and I'd be able to hear better than I can in this stadium right now. They were just talking about the noise of it all. So I just pictured how noisy it was at Tiger Stadium. And when I finally got to go there and cover a game, it lived up to that billing. It really was louder to me than it was some other places.
Interesting.
Another example, John Forney and Doug Layton, Alabama at Virginia Tech, I believe. You have to check me on the year that they played there. It would have been in the 70s, I think. And they just made it sound like it was a night game, if I remember correctly. And they just made it sound like I picture high school lighting. Like it was dark and dingy in a small stadium. And they barely had enough lights for them to see them to play football. And maybe Alabama was struggling, or maybe it was a road game at Ole Miss. And
I've thought of one, yeah.
They were struggling to see the game go on there. And then the other one was Jim Fife and Auburn and Florida State in that game where it was up and down the field.
That's the one I was going to tell you about. Every play I envision the wrong way.
Yeah. Oh, so you envisioned it going left to right?
That's right.
It was right to left?
I'd go back and watch the highlights. Now, chances are this was not the case, but it was like Jim Fife was sitting on the opposite side of the field. Yeah. Because why was that game not on TV? Auburn, Florida State.
Again, that was a non-television game because not every game was on TV back then. But Auburn, Florida State, one of the greatest college games ever played when you talk about a score, and it wasn't on television.
Yeah, that was the 1984 game down at Doak Campbell, 42-41. No television. Number 16 Auburn at number 9 Florida State.
Yeah, 16 versus 9. Yeah, an SEC independent back then, I guess. Florida State.
Yeah, I think Florida State was independent then. Yeah,
and I guess that's why there was no TV for it. It was on the road from the SEC and an independent. And there was no TV.
I mean, number 9, number 16. Again, that's primetime ABC stuff now. When you combine the fact that it's Auburn's helmet and Florida State's helmet, that'd be a great game. No TV. And I just remember listening to Jim Fife and Charlie Trotman do that game and then seeing the highlights later. It might have been the next day on the Pat Dye show before I ever saw the highlights. Yeah. And I was like, well, I had that play going the other way. I had just not watched a lot of Florida State games either, and I couldn't really envision that stadium. So, when you finally see the play, you're like, no, that's not the way I thought that looked at all.
And some of you gentlemen that may be a tad older in the chat room over here, do you guys remember watching the Bear Bryant show and how it always looked like there were wet spots on the field at Bryant-Denny Stadium, like the turf hadn't dried properly, and you'd see Musso or them running, and it always looked like there were wet spots over at Bryant-Denny Stadium.
Funny, yeah.
Like I just remember them running
crappy turf,
through dark parts of the turf and light part of the turf. Just the theater of the mind, just an amazing thing. Thank you to our friends at Bud Light who keep the keg flowing here in our studio year-round, a proud sponsor of the next round. It is absolutely happy hour time here on the show, and no LT to share the beer with me today, but he'll be back with us on Monday after a week off. Are we all here next week? Do you have any time off next week?
No, I don't think I'm off for a couple of weeks.
All right, so we're all together next week. Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, and all of us, we look forward to that. One more segment to go here. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at New Life. You got until Sunday to take advantage of this great deal Brown's about to tell you about. Please, if you want to buy and remember Bryce Young's Heisman Trophy, use this code. It helps us out tremendously, and it saves you money.
CC10. CC10 is the code. Crimson Connection. Go online, newlifeart.com. When you enter that code, you save 10% when you pre-order Crimson Connection. Daniel A. Moore's latest work, Bryce Young to John Mechie in the SEC Championship game. Use code CC10 at newlifeart.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Why is Culver such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day. Oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com.
A lot to get to in the final segment here. Real quickly, if you'll update us on what Mike Griffith is reporting on JT Daniels.
Well, he's saying JT Daniels' last visit is coming this weekend, and it is to West Virginia. He's calling it a pivotal visit, insinuating that if JT is going to stay at Georgia, it's probably going to depend on maybe what happens in this visit. I had forgotten Graham Harrell went to West Virginia. So it's interesting. You seem to think that
he saved it last for a reason.
That he really wants to go to West Virginia.
Yeah,
with Graham Harrell.
Yeah, Neil Brown's ability to call plays. Graham Harrell is there. He's familiar with him there. He's gone to Oregon State and Missouri along the way. I would say West Virginia or Missouri would be his landing
Well, with
spot.
Graham Harrell, the Graham Harrell connection, I do think West Virginia makes sense.
Okay, Mike Leach, real quickly. Connor O'Gara is one of our morning rounds. 2 years left on his contract. We'll talk more about it next week, but the way Mississippi does their contracts, you can't have more than 4 years. I'm not worried about that yet. Or should I be?
I don't think so. I think we've seen coaches, they used to say, I got to have the 4 years to recruit. I think recruits are smarter than that now. They know that the coach can get fired at any time, so what's that 4 years even matter? And we've seen guys that didn't have 4 years recruit fine. So I don't think it's a big deal yet. If it gets down to 1 year, though, that's a big deal.
Burnt Orange Nation is the SB Nation website for Texas. It's a fan website. But I just tweeted out, these Texas folks are in for a rude awakening when they come to the SEC. Andy Staples and David Ubben and Ari Wasserman, all of the Athletic, ranking the SEC jobs. And they've got the Texas job ranked around 4th or 5th, depending on the person you're listening to, of jobs when they join the SEC.
Yeah.
Burn Our Nation says Texas is a better job than every SEC program outside of maybe Alabama, they said.
Please.
I mean, there's a trophy in Georgia now, and a recruiting base that matches Texas. Florida has a better history. LSU has a better history. And we're not even getting to the rest of the league.
I mean, again, I'll make the point. The LSU job was just open. They went and hired the winningest coach in Notre Dame history.
That's right.
From Notre Dame.
And by the way, right now, Texas A&M looks in their rearview mirror to find the Texas program.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
they've overvalued that a little bit.
A rude awakening is coming, an eye-opening experience for Burnt Orange Nation and that Texas program when they come to the SEC, if they ever come.
If they ever come.
If they ever come.
Interesting.
All right, we're back with you Monday all together again. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the Final Four. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.